Chapter 220, Tier 4 Magic Scroll. First floor reception hall of Starstreak Trading Firm. The Starstreak Trading Firm store was different from normal stores. As it specialized in big businesses across cities, it had its own specialized reception room set up in the building. At the same time, there was also a sales area located on the first floor of the building. The sales area sold various merchandise such as clothing, weapons, equipment, potions, alchemy products, magic scrolls, and much more. This place was just like a supermarket in reality. A trading firm was different from the auction house. As the auction house charged players exorbitant processing fees, the items sold there were far more expensive than the items sold in normal stores. Earning money in God's domain was no simple task. Hence, rather selling their wares at the auction houses, losing 15% of their profits in the process, a large majority of the players in God's domain would prefer to spend more time selling their wares at trading companies or stores. Esteemed sir, how may I assist you? The beautiful and dignified young lady at the receptionist counter smiled at Xiaofan. I wish to meet President Henry. Please tell President Henry that Lady Charlene sent me to speak with him, Xiaofan said. Please wait for a moment. I will notify the president immediately. The receptionist immediately took out a multicolored communication crystal, transferring Xiaofan's information through the crystal. After several minutes. Mr. Yifeng, the president is waiting for you in the president's office on the third floor. Thank you. Immediately, Xiaofan walked towards the spiral staircase in the distance. When he arrived before the president's office on the third floor, he met two level 150 guards who stood by the office's door. Average players were absolutely not allowed to enter the president's office. In the past, countless guild executives had queued up in front of this office. They had wished to meet with President Henry to discuss matters of renting out the first floor of Starstreak Trading Firm store for business. Unfortunately, they did not manage to catch even the shadow of President Henry. However, when Xiaofan walked up to the office, the two ferocious-looking guards immediately parted the sturdy, mahogany doors for him. Inside the luxurious and spacious office, a man in his 50s sat on a sofa in the middle of the room. The man had an elegant and dignified appearance. This person was indeed President Henry of Starstreak Trading Firm, and he was a well-known financial magnate in White River City. Your Excellency, Yifeng, please, sit, President Henry said when his eyes met Xiaofan's, his finger pointing to the beast-skin sofa before him. President Henry, this is the contract that Miss Charlene wanted me to bring to you. Xiaofan sat down. He retrieved the contract from his bag, handing it over for Henry's inspection. No need. Before you arrived, Her Highness Charlene had already notified me of your coming here. I've also learned some information about you from Her Highness Charlene. The young truly are promising, Henry praised. He then said, since you are here now, I feel reassured. Reassured? What are you reassured about? Xiaofan had a bewildered look on his face. Just what was President Henry saying? Also, just what did Charlene tell Henry? Oh. Did Her Highness Charlene not tell Your Excellency about it? Confused, Henry said, this contract was set between me and Her Highness Charlene. As long as Her Highness can save the Starstreak Trading Firm from its current predicament, she will obtain 20% of Starstreak Trading Firm's shares and the Tier 4 magic scroll that was obtained from the ancient ruins. You say 20% of the company's shares and a Tier 4 magic scroll? Xiaofang's expression froze. Charlene was simply ruthless. Charlene had sent him to deal with the predicament, yet, she would receive a Tier 4 magic scroll in addition to 20% of the company's shares? That's right. I've already mentioned this to Her Highness. As long as Your Excellency can save us from this predicament, that Tier 4 magic scroll will belong to Your Excellency, Henry said, nodding his head. May I know what kind of magic scroll it is? Xiaofan was incredibly curious about the Tier 4 magic scroll. In the past, the most powerful magic scroll Xiaofan had seen was only a tier 4. If he sold the scroll, the minimum price for it would be 500 gold coins. If it were an amazing tier 4 magic scroll, he could even sell it for over 1,000 gold coins. However, players who obtained a tier 4 magic scroll were not usually willing to sell it. It is a tier 4 position teleportation scroll. With it, one can teleport to anywhere they wished within an instant. However, this scroll was made using the technology of an ancient civilization. In our current era, we have no way of replicating such technology. Hence, this scroll is the only one that currently exists in Star Moon Kingdom. It is priceless, Henry said pridefully. This scroll was his most precious treasure, he had always been reluctant to part with it. If it were not for the trading firm facing a great predicament, he would never willingly offer this tier 4 magic scroll as a remuneration. Hearing Henry saying so, Xiaofan came to a realization. If he had the tier 4 position teleportation scroll, he could teleport directly to the Dark Denver. He would not even have to waste time searching for its exact location. It was no wonder Charlene was so confident in her information. President Henry, I wonder what sort of predicament your trading firm wishes me to solve? Xiaofan asked. To be honest, bandits have snatched one of our shipments carrying precious merchandise, costing the trading firm massively. To make up for the loss, our trading firm had to pay a large sum of money as compensation, which in turn, resulted in our trading firm facing its current crisis. So, I hope that Your Excellency can help us resolve this predicament. Otherwise, if this problem drags on for another month, our trading firm will have to declare bankruptcy, Henry unhurriedly explained. Then, President Henry, are you telling me to get rid of those bandits and retrieve your stolen merchandise? It would be best if that is possible. Then, which band of bandits stole your merchandise? The Black Scorpion Corps of Black Cloud Ridge, led by Black Scorpion himself. He is a level 180 tier 3 shadow warrior. If you can get rid of him and retrieve our merchandise, would greatly appreciate it. Hearing the words, tier 3 shadow warrior, Xiaofan nearly fell off of his seat. Was President Henry telling him to deal with a tier 3 NPC? Only players who did not know how to write the word death would accept this request. Not to mention a month, Xiaofan would still fail this task even if he had 2 years to complete it. This had to be a joke. Xiaofan had originally thought that the epic quest's difficulty had been reduced. Rather, wasn't this the exact opposite? Noticing Xiaofan's troubled expression, Henry once more unhurriedly said, if Your Excellency feels that this request is too difficult, there is a second option. It is also for this reason that Her Highness Charlene sent Your Excellency here. Xiaofan slightly recovered from his shock as he heard that there was a second option. In reality, our trading firm also feels that it is impossible to retrieve the merchandise. The only possibility for Starstreak trading firm to get through this predicament is for us to collect 30,000 gold coins within a month. Her Highness Charlene has always praised Your Excellency as a business prodigy. If Your Excellency manages our Starstreak trading firm, I believe that we can achieve that goal. Seeing Henry's anticipating gaze, Xiaofan only wanted to curse. Just because he managed to earn a few coins, he was suddenly a business prodigy. What kind of sick joke was this? Earning 30,000 gold in a month. Moreover, he didn't actually have 30 days at all. Considering the time when the Great Demon would appear, Xiaofan would, at most, have 20 days to earn 30,000 gold coins. Even if he currently earned 100 gold or so per day, 10 days would only net him 1,000 gold, while 30 days would only net him at 3,000 gold. That was only 1/10 of the required amount. Players were still stuck in the initial stages of God's domain right now, so it was impossible for anyone to make that much money. If one added a week's earnings of every player in the White River City region together, it might equal 30,000 gold. How was he supposed to earn that sort of money? He might as well become a bandit and snatch the money from someone else. No, that's not right. Even if he tried to steal it, there was no way he could get that much money. Before Xiaofan could reject the quest, a system notification popped up before him. System, Epic Quest Phase 2, Gospel Project, accepted. Quest content, you have become the manager of Starstreak trading firm. Earn 30,000 gold coins within a month and resolve Starstreak trading firm's predicament. Rewards unknown. Chapter 221, Astonishing Decision. It's not even going to give me a choice. Xiaofan laughed bitterly as he looked at the system notification. Xiaofan did not even have the right to reject an epic quest. Xiaofan was truly confused as to how Fantasy Extinguisher had actually managed to complete this epic quest. In theory, he shouldn't be able to complete the quest even if he sacrificed the entire fantasy shrine. When converted to credits, 30,000 gold coins was the equivalent of 300 million credits. One could even buy a large company with that kind of money. Moreover, compared to the difficulty of earning 300 million credits, in reality, it was much harder to earn 30,000 gold in God's domain. Naturally, it was impossible for Xiaofan to earn 300 million credits in reality right now. To speak frankly, if he were capable of such a thing, he would have long since done so. Why bother playing God's domain at all? However, it would still be better for him to develop himself in God's domain, as God's domain had more prospects. Earning credits in God's domain would be much faster than earning credits in reality. Your Excellency Yifeng, from now on, the entire Starstreak trading firm will be under your command. We will carry out any orders you give. Also, I would like to introduce you to someone. If Your Excellency needs anything, simply let her know, Henry said, clapping his hands once. At this moment, the large doors of the office suddenly opened, and a beautiful girl with golden blonde hair stepped into the office. The girl with blue eyes wore a beautiful purple dress, the edges of her dress brushed against the red-carpeted floor. The girl had a fair and pretty face, and her long wavy hair, which reached her buttocks, fluttered in the wind as she moved. Her bangs covered her sea-blue left eye, while her uncovered right eye looked just like a shiny, blue gemstone. As she walked closer to Xiaofan and President Henry, her thin red lips formed a tranquil, yet attractive, smile. Anna, from today onwards, His Excellency Yifeng will be the acting president of Starstreak trading firm, while you will be His Excellency's assistant. You must properly assist His Excellency, understood? Henry asked. Yes, President. I will not disappoint His Excellency Yifeng. Following which, Henry sent a beaming smile at Xiaofan as he said, Your Excellency Yifeng, from today onwards, the Starstreak trading firm's fate will be in your hands. Anna is very familiar with the Starstreak trading firm, and she is also very intelligent and capable. If you have any commands, please don't hesitate to let her carry them out. System, player has activated the NPC administration system. Please call out the NPC administration interface to manage your subordinated NPCs. Seeing Henry's smile, in addition to Anna's attractive appearance, Xiaofan was slightly stunned. He could almost feel cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Henry obviously worried that Xiaofan would not give it his all in helping them. Thus, Henry had given Xiaofan this benefit. Fine. Leave the matter of Starstreak trading firm to me, then. Xiaofan laughed bitterly. He never imagined that he could obtain a beautiful assistant in God's domain. Not even a guild leader would enjoy such treatment. Also, Xiaofan felt relieved at the fact that he was not required to give 30,000 gold to Starstreak trading firm. Instead, he only needed to help the trading firm make 30,000 gold. Without a doubt, the difficulty of the quest had greatly reduced. Immediately, Xiaofan called out the system interface, investigating the NPC administration interface. Anna, Yifeng's assistant. Gender, female. Age, 20. Loyalty, 50. Charm, 86. Physique, 60. Wisdom, 91. Level, 50. HP, 10,000. Her wisdom is so high. Xiaofan was shocked when he saw the information displayed. In God's domain, wisdom determined an NPC's potential. Normally, NPCs would not have wisdom exceeding 50 points. If an NPC's wisdom reached 60 points, they would possess extraordinary statuses in God's domain. Meanwhile, those with 70 points in wisdom were usually Tier 2 mages. As for NPCs who had 90 points in wisdom, they were usually characters such as Charlene, a Tier 3 divine official. However, Anna was far more amazing than Charlene. Charlene had a Tier 3 class, so her attributes would have been increased, resulting in her wisdom reaching 90 points. However, Anna did not possess any class right now. If Anna obtained a Tier 3 class, her wisdom would exceed 100 points. Although it was only a difference of 10 points, wisdom increased slower as it reached higher numbers. Similarly, the difference between a single point in wisdom would also become greater. An NPC with 100 points in wisdom was the equivalent to Magistrate Weissman of White River City, an Apex Tier 4 wizard. With such a powerful subordinate, Xiaofang's mood improved greatly. Although 30,000 gold was a huge sum of money, if Xiaofan earned it through the Starstreak trading firm, he would still have a thread of hope of succeeding. Since he was already capable of earning 100 gold per day by himself, if he utilized Starstreak trading firm's influence, he had a very high possibility of earning the 30,000 gold coins. After all, Starstreak trading firm had shops based in 8 cities, and every one of them was in the heart of the trade areas of each respective city. Meanwhile, the total population of these 8 cities exceeded 5 million players. With such a large player base, it would be very easy for Xiaofan to make money. Thinking up to this point, a flash of inspiration struck Xiaofan. All this time, he thought of opening a shop in White River City. Only, he did not possess the sufficient reputation or money to do so. After all, not to mention purchasing a shop located within the trade area, even the cheapest shop in White River City required players to have 500 White River City reputation points in addition to 1,000 to 5,000 gold coins. Although the price looked high, in reality, it was not as expensive as one would imagine. After all, the hardest part of purchasing a shop was the required 500 reputation points. By the time players obtained 500 White River City reputation points, a lot of time would have passed, and they would have long since collected the necessary coins to purchase a shop. Moreover, the coins at that time would not be as valuable as right now. At that time, one gold coin would at most be worth around 200 credits, unlike the current situation where one silver coin could sell for more than 100 credits. By becoming the acting president of the Starstreak Trading Company, Xiaofan had essentially obtained the most valuable shops in 8 different cities. What did this situation hint at? Nobody had a better understanding of this situation than Xiaofan. Shortly after, under Anna's lead, Xiaofan left the president's office to tour the Starstreak trading firm. In truth, however, even without exploring the place, Xiaofan already had a thorough understanding of the Starstreak trading firm. NPCs were different from players in that they could only sell common goods. Even the equipment they sold was common rank and very rarely would there be a bronze-ranked item for sale. However, it would be a different story altogether if the store were run by a player. On top of everything else, Xiaofan was also the officially acknowledged chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom. Just as Anna guided Xiaofan around the Starstreak trading firm, a few players who came to purchase some necessities such as food, water, scrolls, and potions were immediately dumbstruck when they noticed the duo. That NPC is beautiful. Just who is that player? Isn't he too good at getting the ladies? He has even managed to land an NPC sister. This won't do, I need to convince him to teach me. The scene of Xiaofan and Anna walking together immediately attracted the attention of plenty of players. In reality, such attention wasn't just due to Anna's beauty. It was also due to the fact that Xiaofan had managed to get together with a female NPC. Such a feat was far more stunning than just getting together with a beautiful female player. Countless male players glowered at Xiaofan in envy. Meanwhile, this information spread throughout the forums like a storm, especially the footage of Xiaofan and Anna strolling through the sales area. This footage became a sensation among players, and it allowed them to gain a new perspective on God's domain. Fortunately, Xiaofan had not used his true appearance at that time. Instead, he wore the identity of Black Flame. This should be enough. Xiaofan looked at the surrounding onlookers as he revealed a faint smile. The reason he had asked Anna to come out for a stroll was precisely to attract attention. He then spoke to Anna. I've decided to change the Starstreak trading firm's business model. I wonder if that would be alright? Anna's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. She looked at Xiaofan with a confused expression as she thought, he has just taken the position as the acting president, yet, he is already taking such a bold and decisive action? Is this person really a business prodigy? However, Xiaofan was her boss. Moreover, President Henry had already instructed her to listen to Xiaofan. Hence, she nodded her head, saying, if Your Excellency wishes to change the business models, I wonder what Your Excellency needs me to do? Very simple. I wish to hire adventurers to craft items for me, then sell the items they have crafted. So, I need you to get someone to refurbish the 8 shops we own. The first and second floors of the building will be used to sell our wares, while the 4th to 6th floors will be rebuilt as a workspace. Also, get the news out that we are hiring lifestyle players. Whether they are just normal people or adventurers, as long as they reach our standards, we will offer them 30% more than what others are offering. Listening up to this point, Anna grew shocked. This wasn't just a change in the business models, this was practically a change of occupation. Chapter 222, Trump Card. Immediately after Xiaofan gave his command, Anna started making the necessary preparations. Compared to a normal NPC, Anna was simply too smart. In just a short amount of time, she had already finished carrying out Xiaofan's request. During the time Xiaofan brainstormed on how he was going to utilize the Starstreak trading firm to earn 30,000 gold, the entire Starstreak trading firm had also started its renovation. Following Xiaofan's request, the first and second floors were outfitted with sales counters. The first floor sold only the commonly used items, while the second floor would sell exquisite and precious items. Meanwhile, the 4th to 6th floors were refurbished into workshops for lifestyle players. Out of those 3 floors, the 4th floor consisted of solely forging rooms, while the 5th floor consisted of potion-making rooms. The 6th floor consisted of workshops for the remaining classes and a warehouse meant for the use of both NPCs and players. Meanwhile, the Starstreak trading firm's renovation had attracted the attention of many players. Due to the footage of Xiaofan and Anna from before, plenty of players had arrived the trading firm to take a look out of curiosity. Yet, by the time they arrived, they discovered that the Starstreak trading firm was actually undergoing renovations. This situation made all the players grow even more curious. Just what was going on here? Your Excellency Yifeng, the matter you requested has been completed. Does Your Excellency have any other instructions? Anna spoke gently as she walked up to Xiaofan, a tranquil smile on her face. Good. How many people did you manage to recruit? Xiaofan asked. From the 8 cities, we've recruited 245 potion makers. Among them, 209 are basic potion makers, 29 are intermediate potion makers, and 7 are advanced potion makers. In addition, we also recruited 228 forgers. Among them, 188 are basic forgers, 31 are intermediate forgers, and 9 are advanced forgers. Anna took out a name list and placed it on the table. That's quite a lot. Xiaofan was very satisfied as he looked at the number of NPCs on the list. If a first-rate guild's upper management saw such numbers, they would surely be shocked beyond recovery. After all, these were all genuine potion makers and forgers, they were not apprentices. With such a frightening force, one could instantly turn a third-rate guild into a super guild. This was the amazing aspect the Starstreak trading firm. If it were a player-established store, they could not recruit nearly this many high-level NPCs. The best NPCs they could recruit would only be apprentices. On the other hand, the Starstreak trading firm had easily recruited this many potion makers and forgers. These NPCs were far more capable than player apprentices. The only downside was their slightly lower efficiency, slow improvements, and much lower growth potential. Your Excellency, I feel that it isn't very appropriate to offer such a high salary. Since we are hiring so many people, we will also have to provide an equally large number of materials. We will take a huge loss through this transaction. If we continue down such a path, not to mention a month, the Starstreak trading firm will go bankrupt within 10 days, Anna said worriedly. In order to hire all these people, the Starstreak trading firm had offered 30% more than the market price. The trading firm also had to bear the failures of these crafters. This was simply madness. Moreover, whether it was potions or equipment, neither could earn them a lot of money. The sales of these items were similarly average. Only those master-level characters would earn a lot of money from their craft. Right now, they were simply taking a loss by recruiting so many people. Anna truly could not understand why Xiaofan would invite all these people to work here. Wouldn't it be better to purchase the finished products from these crafters? That way, their trading firm would not have to suffer any losses. Unfortunately, Anna had no idea just how important these potion makers and forgers were to the current players of God's domain. You don't need to bother with this. The remaining thing we need is to convince the basic potion makers to continuously make the basic recovery potions and basic mana regeneration potions that they are adept at making. As for the intermediate and advanced potion makers, get them to make intermediate recovery potions and intermediate mana regeneration potions. For the forgers, get all of them to make only whetstones, Xiaofan said with a smile. There were plenty of NPC potion makers and forgers in God's domain. Meanwhile, only players with their own shops had the right to hire these NPCs, otherwise, even when players provided the materials, these NPCs would refuse to make anything for these players. However, there was a downside to getting these NPCs to make items. Simply put, they were slow. The number of items they could craft within a day was fixed. As for the advantage, NPCs had a much higher success rate, so they did not waste as many materials as players did. Meanwhile, during the later stages of God's domain, as player-made items grew in abundance, the usefulness of these NPCs would similarly start to wane. Right now, however, these forgers and potion makers were of great use to Xiaofan. It was especially true for the intermediate recovery potion and intermediate mana regeneration potion. These two items were very useful to players, as they could save their lives during a crucial moment. Although these two items were common products, and their respective recipes were also available for sale at the Potion Making Association, the players at this stage of the game were simply incapable of crafting them. Meanwhile, these two potions were only available for purchase from hidden NPCs, and only a limited amount was sold each day. They were items that a majority of the players in God's domain had no chance of enjoying. If these NPC potion makers crafted these two potions, their success rate would be more than 70%. The materials needed to make an intermediate potion were only around 30 to 40 copper, yet, each completed bottle could sell for 5 to 6 silver coins. If Xiaofan deducted the cost of hiring, he would still make a profit of 4 to 5 silver coins. So, why wouldn't he carry out this transaction? Players needed these items the most right now. If the Starstreak trading firm sold these items, they would make a killing. There were also the whetstones. This was an item that all players lacked. Currently, each stack of hard stones sold for 13 silver coins, while a stack of whetstones sold for 40 silver coins. When comparing the success rate of forging apprentices and an official forger, how could the former even hope to win over the latter? The only problem was materials. As the Starstreak trading firm had previously only purchased finished products from forgers and potion makers, they did not have any materials of their own stored up. Now, they needed to provide the materials for these crafters. Although the trading firm could purchase the more common materials at low prices, Xiaofan needed to be the one to gather the materials required to make intermediate recovery potions, intermediate mana regeneration potions, and whetstones. However, Xiaofan was not afraid of this. The herbs needed to make the intermediate recovery potion and intermediate mana regeneration potion were not very expensive. After all, these herbs were utterly useless to players right now. The players in God's domain at the moment were still apprentice potion makers. Crafting basic recovery potions was already impressive. Why would they bother wasting materials to make unrewarding potions? As a result, the herbs required to craft intermediate recovery potions and intermediate mana regeneration potions were very cheap. As for hard stones, Xiaofan wasn't worried. After all, he still had a humongous stock in his warehouse. He had enough for these NPC forgers for a long time. Moreover, he could also continue purchasing them from Aqua Rose. He would not lack hard stones at all. He would also sell these items in 8 different cities. With all of these advantages, it would be challenging not to make a profit. Moreover, Xiaofan also revealed one of his trump cards. Advanced Whetstones. Advanced whetstones were much stronger than a normal whetstones. Not only did they recover twice the amount of a weapon's durability, but they could also increase the weapon's damage. Xiaofan had already intended to sell each for 7 silver coins, and 1 stack would sell for 1 gold, 40 silvers. As long as he placed the advanced whetstones on the 2nd floor, a majority of the players would fight over it, especially the large guilds. Oftentimes, just a 1% difference in damage could decide the victory or defeat of a boss raid. Meanwhile, the advanced whetstone provided a 3% increase to a weapon's damage. So, how could the various guilds, who were currently in a rush to raid dungeons, miss out on this item? They would definitely be in a mad rush to purchase them. Previously, Xiaofan had kept all the advanced whetstones for his personal use. Later on, he passed some of them to his teammates, leaving him with 800 or so for himself. With this amount, the Starstreak trading firm should be able to last a relatively long time. However, Xiaofan's plans were not limited to this. Now that he had such a large market available to him, he should fully utilize it, as he would not have a similar chance like this in the future. Hence, Xiaofan thought up this plan. He intended to fully manipulate the Starstreak trading firm to help him set up his own shop in the future. Afterwards, Xiaofan left the follow-up work to Anna, while he departed the Starstreak trading firm alone. Chapter 223, Popular Starstreak. Inside a hotel in White River City. Along with God's domain's evolution, players understood the importance of rest. If they grinded monsters without rest, not only would their stamina decrease, but their concentration would also fall. Hence, after a day of battle, players would now rest at the hotel, having a drink and chatting with each other. Players discovered that places like restaurants, hotels, and bars allowed them to recover stamina and concentration more quickly. After relaxing for 2 or 3 hours, they would feel refreshed and filled with energy. Did you hear? The Starstreak trading firm seems to be undergoing renovations. I heard that they are going to release new products for sale. Who doesn't know about this? After I made some inquiries, I found out that the Starstreak trading firm has also recruited tons of potion makers and forgers. The trading firm is even hiring lifestyle players right now. However, no players have dared apply for a position yet, thinking that it wouldn't be a reliable job. I wonder what sort of new items they are going to sell. Aside from the common usage items, What else could an NPC-owned store sell? They can't possibly offer bronze equipment or rare potions, right? That sounds about right. While the players in the hotel conversed, a male player suddenly pushed open the saloon doors, panting. Big news! Starstreak trading firm has finished its renovations and has officially opened for business, the panting ranger exclaimed to his companions loudly. Why are you making a fuss? Aren't they just reopening their business? We don't lack basic potions or common equipment right now, so we don't need to replenish our stock. As the leader of the party, the shield warrior rolled his eyes as he watched this embarrassing companion of his. Others would make fun of them for the ranger's unsightly appearance. Indeed, just like the shield warrior had feared, the other players in the hotel sent belittling glances, mocking smiles on their faces. Leader, listen to me, that ranger excitedly said, I saw whetstones inside the shop. There are also intermediate recovery potions and intermediate mana regeneration potions. Moreover, the basic potions are cheaper than anywhere else. What did you say? There are whetstones? The shield warrior froze, stunned. The entire hotel fell silent. Let's go. Take us there immediately. We have to buy all of them, now. The shield warrior abruptly stood up, casting charge and arriving at the ranger's side. Grabbing the ranger by the arm, he immediately rushed out of the hotel, running towards the Starstreak trading firm. The other players inside the hotel were dumbfounded by this scene. What? Crap, they're going to buy out the whetstones. We need to hurry as well. After entering White River City, players' need for whetstones had not decreased in the slightest. On the contrary, their need had grown. It was especially true when they faced high-level monsters, as the durability of their weapons reduced at a much faster rate. As a result, the popularity of whetstones had exploded. The available supply was far from meeting the demand. By the time everyone had arrived at the Starstreak trading firm, a sea of people had already obliterated the shop's doors. Aside from whetstones, the players present also fought to purchase the intermediate recovery and mana regeneration potions like madmen. Meanwhile, this information had quickly spread to the ears of the various guilds. Guild leader, I've already collected a large sum from all our members, and we've managed to purchase 30 stacks of hard stones. This amount should be enough to last us a long time, Stabbing Heart spoke through the system communicator. Good. The moment the money-making team sends over the latest batch of gold coins, immediately return all the money we borrowed from our members, Cruel Sword excitedly said. Aside from the Assassins' Alliance, other guilds also frantically gathered funds. Snow, just what is happening at that Starstreak trading firm? Why would they suddenly start selling these items? Zhao Yueru wrinkled her crescent brows when she looked at the latest news that she had just received. She then said helplessly, we've already spent a lot of money to purchase our previous stock of hard stones. We don't have any money to purchase any more right now. I've heard that the Starstreak trading firm is also selling limited edition advanced whetstones right now. Rumor has it the advanced whetstones effects are at least double that of normal whetstones. In addition, it also provides a 3% damage buff. Although it is slightly more expensive, costing 7 silver coins per piece, we would have a much easier time raiding the dungeon bosses with them. Gentle Snow shook her head, a helpless expression appearing on her beautiful face as she said, under normal circumstances, NPCs would never sell these items. However, there is something strange going on. A player has created a connection with the Starstreak trading firm. I'm just wondering who could possibly achieve such a feat also, who would possess enough funding to supply so many whetstones and intermediate potions. This is simply unbelievable. Send someone to investigate this matter immediately. Recently, she had managed to raise 20 gold coins and had purchased hard stones with that money. Yet, the Starstreak trading firm now sold whetstones. She had not received any information before this incident, causing her to suffer disaster. Currently, the issue of weapon durability had caused a roadblock in their dungeon raiding progress. Everything would be too late by the time their guild's forgers managed to turn those hard stones into whetstones. Other guilds would have long since surpassed them. They needed to obtain the whetstones right this instant, especially the advanced whetstones. Meanwhile, inside an intermediate forging room in the Forging Association, Xiaofan currently crafted advanced whetstones. He did so to increase his forging proficiency and earn money. The present market was not the same as before. With the Starstreak trading firm around, he could now sell the advanced whetstones he made in 8 cities. Although the advanced whetstones were somewhat expensive, players from the 8 cities would still buy them. Even if Xiaofan forged advanced whetstones 24 hours a day, he still wouldn't meet the demand of the 8 cities. Currently, gold coins poured into the Starstreak trading firm's accounts with every passing moment. Xiaofan did not even dare open the money system notification. Only 1 short hour had passed since Starstreak trading firm reopened, yet, already, it had earned over 300 gold coins. However, this was only the beginning. Things would become more exciting later on. Aside from making money, Xiaofan's goal in making advanced whetstones was to upgrade himself to an advanced forging apprentice. If he became an advanced forging apprentice, he could learn the advanced book of magic he had obtained from Stonemer Town. Previously, he only had White River City as the sole market for his wares. Now, however, he had 8 markets. He also did not need to foot any of the high processing fees, so he could not waste this chance. Xiaofan intended to gain an impressive reputation and prestige among the 8 cities. However, the advanced whetstones alone were not enough to achieve this result. Moreover, advanced whetstones could not increase his reputation, as these things did not carry his personal mark. Only the Starstreak trading firm would gain reputation from these advanced whetstones. Most importantly, after everyone had a taste of the benefits of the advanced whetstones, they would fervently investigate how they could obtain the recipe. After all, the recipe for the advanced whetstone was not unique, players could obtain them from multiple team dungeons. By the time Xiaofan opened his own shop, he would no longer possess the advantage he had right now. Thus, he needed to become an advanced forging apprentice and learn the advanced book of magic, creating the one and only mana armor kit. Once he thoroughly spread the Black Flame Forger's reputation with the mana armor kits that only he could create, tons of players would search him out. Chapter 224, Runic Gold. In the quiet and steamy forging room, a deep blue flame burned brilliantly as it refined one hard stone after the next. Originally, forging advanced whetstones had a low success rate. Yet, when Xiaofan made them, the process was as smooth as flowing water. Whether regarding production speed or quality, both were equally amazing, and one couldn't help but give praise when witnessing this scene. Although the repetitive task was slightly cumbersome, when Xiaofan's thoughts wandered to the fact that each advanced whetstone could sell for 7 silver coins, endless motivation flowed into him. After 3 hours had passed since Xiaofan started this laborious work, he had made 180 advanced whetstones. His speed could practically rival the efficiency of 3 or 4 forgers combined. Also, without noticing it, Xiaofan had also recovered his previously lost level, returning from level 14 to level 15. His current leveling speed was far more efficient than grinding normal monsters. Having decided to take a short rest, Xiaofan examined his current forging proficiency. It was already at 1,253 points right now. He needed 3,000 proficiency points to be promoted from an intermediate forging apprentice to an advanced forging apprentice. As long as he continued to work hard for 2 or 3 more days, he could become an advanced forging apprentice. If other players knew of Xiaofang's promotion speed, they might become stupefied. After all, throughout the entire White River City region, aside from Xiaofan, there was not a single intermediate forging apprentice to be found. Xiaofang's forging promotion speed was monstrously fast. Based on this speed, if I focus solely on forging, I can become an advanced forging apprentice in 2 days, just in time for the next transaction with Aqua Rose. I can rake in another large sum of money from Aqua Rose. Xiaofan made a rough estimation, growing excited. He greatly profited every time he met with Aqua Rose. If he could make another large sum this time, he would have mostly dealt with the matter of setting up his workshop. Later on, he only needed to think of a way to recruit a large number of players that could serve as the backbone of the guild in the future. If he wished to establish a guild with tens of thousands of members, he needed at least several hundred players to serve as the backbone of the guild. Otherwise, he could not manage so many players properly. Hence, Xiaofan had decisively bought the office building to establish his workshop. It would save him the trouble of having to move to a new workshop in the future, limiting such issues related to the guild's development. Gentle Snow? When Xiaofan heard the ringtone for his communicator, he discovered the caller was Gentle Snow. However, she was not looking for Yifeng, but Black Flame instead. It just so happened that Xiaofan had reasons to look for Gentle Snow as well. Previously, he had intended to use the ID of Black Flame to establish the lifestyle guild, the Horizon Alliance. However, he never found the chance to do so. Now, a chance had arrived. Currently, he was temporarily in charge of the Starstreak trading firm, which possessed shops in 8 different cities. Moreover, these shops were all located in the heart of each city. Regarding materials, workplace, or a place to sell items, Xiaofan now had everything a lifestyle player would need in his possession. If he factored in Gentle Snow's advertising, establishing the Horizon Alliance was practically a done deal. If Horizon Alliance successfully developed, it would be worth a gold mine. He could obtain both funding and materials through this lifestyle guild. At that time, Xiaofan would not have to worry about Zero Wings development. Black Flame, are you interested in making a deal? Gentle Snow immediately asked without any greeting. A deal? I wonder what sort of deal Miss Snow wishes to make. Xiaofan asked, curious. I know that you are related to the matter of the Starstreak trading firm, so I wish to purchase some whetstones from you, especially the advanced whetstones. I'll pay credits, and I'll buy as many as you have right now, Gentle Snow said. So, you desire the whetstones. This should be simple. However, I need gold coins far more than credits right now. If Miss Snow has a lot of them, I can definitely sell you my entire stock. Xiaofan did not refute Gentle Snow's claim. After all, it was not strange that she had discovered his relation to the Starstreak trading firm. Previously, he had used the appearance of Black Flame to stroll through the trading firm with Anna openly. Moreover, many players had recorded a video of that scene. Since Gentle Snow had seen Black Flame before, she could easily figure out the relationship between him and the Starstreak trading firm as long as she saw one of those videos. I'll pay you 3 times of the market price via credits. Gentle Snow did not want the other guilds to catch up to them. Hence, she did not mind spending some extra credits. Miss Snow, there is no need to continue. You and I both know how important gold coins are right now. If you do not have the sincerity to conduct this trade, let us just forget it altogether. I am sincere about this deal. However, I've recently purchased a large batch of hard stones, so I don't have any excess gold coins at the moment. How about 5 times the market price? Gentle Snow felt helpless right now. Black Flame certainly had a powerful backer supporting him, so he might not value credits as much as gold coins. However, she truly had nothing she could use to trade. She only had credits. Let's just forget about the credits. Don't you have a lot of hard stones right now? Xiaofan revealed a faint, bitter smile. If he were not required to earn 30,000 gold coins within 20 days, he would have definitely agreed to 5 times the market price. However, gold coins were much more important to him right now. This matter affected his own future development, so he could not compromise. Hence, he suggested, let's exchange using hard stones, then. Exchange? Gentle Snow's beautiful face froze. Stunned, she asked, what will the ratio of exchange be? That will depend on you. For the normal whetstones, it will be a 1-to-4 ratio. As for the advanced whetstones, I require a 1-to-9 ratio, Xiaofan stated calmly. Fine. However, I want only advanced whetstones. Moreover, I want to conduct the trade immediately. After giving the matter some thought, Gentle Snow felt that this exchange seemed reasonable. However, Gentle Snow inwardly cursed at Xiaofan for being too hateful. It is as expected of the chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom. If she allowed the forgers in her guild to make whetstones right now, they could produce 1 whetstone with every 4 or 5 hard stones. Meanwhile, Xiaofan had accurately suggested trading 1 whetstone for 4 hard stones. The result of this exchange was just slightly better than the result the forgers in her guild could produce. So, Gentle Snow agreed to trade the majority of their stock of hard stones for advanced whetstones, leaving the remainder for the forgers in her guild to increase their forging proficiency. Alright, then. Look for an NPC named Anna once you arrive at the Starstreak trading firm. She will conduct the exchange immediately, Xiaofan instructed, chuckling. Soon after, Xiaofan disconnected the call, resuming his production of advanced whetstones. Xiaofang's trade with Gentle Snow was only a small interlude. After Gentle Snow had exchanged 4 stacks of advanced whetstones with Anna, under Xiaofang's instructions, Anna made the exchange mechanism open to the public. The exchange ratio was the same as he previously mentioned to Gentle Snow. As a result, many players who lacked the money to purchase whetstones started frantically exchanging their hard stones. They no longer needed forging apprentices to rip them off. With this, not only could the Starstreak trading firm deal with its material supply issue, but it could also make a profit from this exchange. This scene caused many lifestyle players to have second thoughts about applying to work at the trading firm. 2 days later. System, congratulations. You are the first player to be promoted to an advanced forging apprentice. Obtained 200,000 EXP rewarding 5 Runic gold. Finally. Still, the system is really generous this time, to think it would even give me a rare item like Runic gold. Xiaofan involuntarily smiled when he saw the system rewards. Runic gold could increase the forging success rate of an item by 10%. Simultaneously, it would have a chance to upgrade the rank of the forged item by 1. Unlike Runic steel, which could only upgrade an item's quality to a maximum of fine gold rank, Runic gold could increase an item's quality up to dark gold rank. However, Xiaofang's joy focused on the promotion to an advanced forging apprentice. Ever since his forging proficiency had reached 2,000 points, the advanced whetstones no longer rewarded 1 proficiency point 100% of the time. They only had a 70% chance to reward a proficiency point. Meanwhile, after he reached 2,500 points, there was only a 40% chance of obtaining 1 proficiency point, while at 2,800 points, that chance further decreased to 20%. After spending 2 days forging away, he finally managed to earn the promotion to an advanced forging apprentice. After becoming an advanced forging apprentice, Xiaofan immediately retrieved the advanced book of magic from his bag, choosing to learn it without hesitation. Suddenly, a golden glow surrounded Xiaofang's body, and within Xiaofang's mind, the knowledge of producing the magic armor kit appeared. During these 2 days, aside from continuously producing advanced whetstones and raising his forging proficiency, Xiaofan had also made sure to train his body during the day. Incidentally, he also bought that office building in the city center for his workshop. Xiaofan had to pay a total of 60 million credits in installments. He first paid 20 million credits, while he would pay the remaining 40 million in full within 3 months. Xiaofan had also earned over 10 million credits from selling the White River City guidebooks. He used 5 million or so to purchase various gaming facilities and other items to complete his workshop. That way, when it was time to attend the university's fellowship party, he would have 5 million credits and a luxurious workshop to back him up. He was no weaker than Shadow right now. Comparing workshop facilities and environments, Xiaofan's workshop utterly destroyed Shadow's. Chapter 225, Mana Armor Kit. While Xiaofan had been stuck in the forging room for the past 2 days, many of the players that had just entered the city were amazed by the scene they witnessed. They never imagined that such benefits would be available in the city. Whetstones were no longer items solely monopolized by guilds. They could be purchased at the Starstreak trading firm along with the rare intermediate recovery and mana potions. Compared to other shops in White River City, the Starstreak trading firm's stock was far more thorough. Most importantly, the Starstreak trading firm was the only location that sold advanced whetstones. This item had become the Starstreak trading firm's signature item and was only sold in limited numbers every day. With such an advantage, the Starstreak trading firm instantly obtained a strong foothold in the 8 cities it occupied, suppressing the other shops. During these 2 days, players no longer visited other shops to purchase their items, as they could simply purchase everything they needed at the Starstreak trading firm. As a result, business boomed for the trading firm. Meanwhile, a huge incident also happened in White River City, and even Xiaofan, who was extremely knowledgeable about God's domain, was shocked. 10 guilds had suddenly grouped, forming an entirely new, single guild. This matter sent shockwaves throughout the entire White River City region. Many of the second-rate and third-rate guilds started panicking at this news. They all increased the treatment they offered to their members and continuously tried to recruit new members into their guilds. Simultaneously, they also increased their speed of annexing smaller guilds. As for the unrated guilds, they started to form alliances to resist the annexation of these second-rate and third-rate guilds for self-preservation. White River City, which originally had hundreds of guilds contending with each other for supremacy, suddenly entered a new phase where only a handful of powers contended with each other. In reality, a dozen or so unrated guilds coming together to form one large guild would not greatly affect these second-rate and third-rate guilds. The main reason this merger frightened these powerful guilds was the guild at its core. It was none other than the top-tier, third-rate guild, Dark Star. Furthermore, Dark Star had a new guild leader. Lone Tyrant had suddenly become Dark Star's new guild leader, while the previous guild leader had been chased out of his own guild. Originally, Dark Star already had Lone Tyrant, who was ranked first on the ranking list. They also managed to obtain the first clear of several hard-mode team dungeons. Previously, they had even competed against the Assassins Alliance over supremacy in White River City. However, due to lacking a powerful background, they could not grow any stronger within a short time. Now that Lone Tyrant had become the guild leader, not only had Dark Star annexed a large number of guilds, but they had also managed to recruit quite a few hidden experts. Just a short time after the merger, Dark Star had obtained the first clear of 2 hard-mode team dungeons, and one of them was even the first clear of a 20-man hard-mode team dungeon. As a result, Dark Star's fame soared once again. They were no longer beneath the Assassins Alliance, they might have already surpassed the Assassins Alliance. Currently, Dark Star's influence in White River City could rival that of a first-rate guild. They had become one of the tyrants of White River City. On another note, for reasons unknown, the first thing Lone Tyrant did after he unified those unrated guilds was place a bounty on Xiaofan's head. Moreover, the bounty he set was rather generous. As long as someone could kill Xiaofan to level 0, he would immediately reward the person responsible with 5 million credits and an elder position in Dark Star. Meanwhile, any player who killed Xiaofan once could receive a reward of 200,000 credits. In a virtual reality game, such a high bounty was mind-blowing. Right now, major corporations in the real world were only offering an annual salary of 5 million credits or so when recruiting well-known top-tier experts. On the other hand, Xiaofan was not even a great character from a first-rate guild. Such a high bounty on an unknown player was a first in the world of virtual reality. Even though they did not know what sort of enmity Lone Tyrant had with Xiaofan, many players had expressed their sympathies for Xiaofan. Meanwhile, Lone Tyrant's tyrannic actions had undeniably garnered the attention of many independent players, compelling them to join Dark Star to develop themselves further. However, from Xiaofan's point of view, Lone Tyrant was simply a lunatic. He had snatched away only one first clear away from Lone Tyrant. Was there really a need to be so unforgiving? Moreover, Xiaofan was really confused as to when Dark Star had become such an amazing existence. They had actually managed to annex more than 10 unrated guilds within such a short amount of time. One should know that each guild would have at least 1,000 to 2,000 members. In the case of a larger guild, there might be even 5,000 to 6,000 members. Yet, Dark Star had actually devoured and incorporated them in a single go with room to spare. Even the Assassins' Alliance did not possess a background strong enough to carry out such a feat. Although Dark Star was very powerful right now, Xiaofan considered the bounty on his head no more than a joke. If Xiaofan were only a normal expert, he might have trembled in fear as he could not continue mingling in White River City. However, was Xiaofan a normal expert? No, he wasn't. In a situation where everyone else had yet to familiarize themselves with God's domain fully, Xiaofan already had 10 years' worth of experience playing in God's domain as an expert swordsman. As of this moment, Lone Tyrant, the current first-ranked player on the ranking list, was only level 14. However, during the time Xiaofan had spent cooped up inside an intermediate forging room producing advanced whetstones, he had already recovered to level 16. Xiaofan was leaps ahead of Lone Tyrant regarding EXP they had. Moreover, with his current level and equipment, Xiaofan had dared to face an absolute powerhouse head-on from his previous life. So, why would he possibly be afraid of Dark Star? This time, however, Xiaofan could not use the same strategy he had with Martial Union within Red Leaf Town. There was nobody in White River City who dared provoke a tyrannic tiger like Dark Star. Moreover, Dark Star had too many members. Xiaofan would go bankrupt if he placed a bounty on all its members. Not to mention, whether it was gold coins or credits, Xiaofan was sorely in need of both right now. Hence, Xiaofan chose to ignore Dark Star and instead, focus on his own matters, producing mana armor kits. Compared to normal armor kits, mana armor kits were far more powerful. Aside from providing additional defense, normal armor kits only provided a small bonus to attributes. On the other hand, mana armor kits provided a significant bonus. Moreover, mana armor kits could be equipped on both plate and cloth armor. The materials needed to produce them were also very basic. No expensive or rare materials were necessary at all. Basic mana armor kit. Materials required: 10 copper ore, 3 bronze ore, 1 basic recovery potion or 1 basic mana regeneration potion. Can be crafted into either physical or magical basic armor kit. Bound to character after equipping. Basic physical armor kit. Defense plus 80. Strength plus 3, Endurance plus 4, Agility plus 3. Maximum binding limit per character, 3, can only be bound to level 10 equipment or above. Basic magical armor kit. Defense plus 30. Intelligence plus 3, Endurance plus 4, Vitality plus 3. Maximum binding limit per character, 3, can only be bound to level 10 equipment or above. Intermediate mana armor kit. Materials required: 15 iron ore, 5 fine iron ore, 1 intermediate recovery potion or 1 intermediate mana regeneration potion. Can be crafted into either physical or magical intermediate armor kit. Bound to character after equipping. Intermediate physical armor kit. Defense plus 200. Strength plus 10, Endurance plus 12, Agility plus 10. Maximum binding limit per character, 3. Can only be bound to level 25 equipment or above. Intermediate magical armor kit. Defense plus 60. Intelligence plus 10, Endurance plus 12, Vitality plus 10. Maximum binding limit per character, 3, can only be bound to level 25 equipment or above. Advanced mana armor kit. Materials required, 20 silver ore, 8 mithril ore, 2 advanced recovery potion or 2 advanced mana regeneration potion. Can be crafted into either physical or magical advanced armor kit. Bound to character after equipping. Advanced physical armor kit. Defense plus 400. Strength plus 30, Endurance plus 40, Agility plus 30. Maximum binding limit per character, 3, can only be bound to level 50 equipment or above. Advanced magical armor kit. Defense plus 150. Intelligence plus 30, Endurance plus 40, Vitality plus 30. Maximum binding limit per character, 3, can only be bound to level 50 equipment or above. As long as a player bound 3 mana armor kits to their equipment, they would have the equivalent of an additional piece of precious equipment. Whether in a normal battle or dungeon raid, the mana armor kits would provide an immense improvement to a player. Who could resist such an enticing item? Chapter 226, Attracted by Fame. On a street located in the heart of the trade area, a man hiding himself under a hooded cloak hurriedly walked into the tall building, the Starstreak trading firm, by the roadside. Due to its raging popularity, there were plenty of players entering and leaving the Starstreak trading firm. Moreover, players who wore cloaks were common at the trading firm, so the hurried man did not attract the attention of other players. However, if one observed carefully, they would discover 2 exquisite longswords strapped to his back. Of the 2 swords, one released a faint glow that resembled a black flame, while the other released a green stream of light. One could easily tell that these 2 swords were extraordinary items. Moreover, the style of this man's equipment clearly indicated it was a set equipment and a high-quality set equipment at that. This person was none other than Xiaofan, currently disguised as Black Flame. Previously, after spending most of his day hiding in a forging room, Xiaofan had forged a total of 600 basic mana armor kits, 400 of them were physical armor kits, while the remaining 200 were magic armor kits. A large amount of copper ore, bronze ore, intermediate recovery potions, and intermediate mana regeneration potions was required to make so many armor kits. Fortunately, Xiaofan had these materials in spades. With the Philosopher's Stone, Xiaofan could refine stones into ores. There was no need for him to purchase any at all. As for basic potions, he simply needed to spend some money to purchase a large stock of them. However, when compared to the value of the basic mana armor kits, the cost of these potions was practically negligible. Xiaofan had even resolved the issue of production success rate, which was the most troublesome factor when producing the basic mana armor kits. For starters, as an advanced forging apprentice, Xiaofan possessed a 20% success rate when forging the basic mana armor kits. After factoring in the Book of Forging and the various supporting tools he possessed, his success rate was further boosted to 66%. Although there was still the chance of failure, each try would only cost him 70 copper coins. With Xiaofan's current wealth, he would not feel even an itch from losing such a meager amount of money. After arriving at the 3rd floor of the Starstreak trading firm, Xiaofan quickly discovered a long line of people in the hallway. These people were currently queued up outside an office. A majority of these people consisted of NPCs, while the minority were players. Hey, do you know what "first come, first served" means? You mannerless brute. You actually dare break the rules that Lady Anna has set. Bro, you sure have guts, huh? Aren't you afraid of Goddess Anna kicking you out? Regardless if it were the NPCs or players queued up in the hallway, all of them sent fierce glares at Xiaofan. However, their anger did not stem from their hatred of meeting Xiaofan for the first time. Instead, they were afraid of Xiaofang's rudeness earning the ire of Lady Anna. They had been painstakingly waiting to meet Lady Anna for a long time now. If Lady Anna chased all of them away in a fit of rage, it would be a tragedy. "What are you guys queuing for?" Xiaofan asked curiously. Xiaofan casually glanced at the people queued up in the hallway. Just from a rough estimate, there should be over 200 people present. This was in no way a small number. Moreover, looking at how all of these people referred to Anna as Lady Anna or Goddess Anna with both admiration and respect, Xiaofan couldn't help but grow astonished. "You dare come here without even knowing this?" Everyone immediately rolled their eyes at Xiaofan. They looked at Xiaofan as if he was a noob, their gazes filled with disdain. The Starstreak trading firm is currently hiring a large number of forgers and potion makers. If we're chosen and can work for Starstreak, we will enjoy a private workshop all to ourselves. Moreover, the trading firm will provide us with an endless supply of materials. If we perform well, the trading firm will even reward us with our very own private research room and provide us with all the materials we need to carry out our research. In other words, as long as we can become a forger or potion maker of Starstreak trading firm, both money and fame will be available for our picking. Speaking up to this point, everyone couldn't help but sigh incessantly. They felt great envy towards those who had already become forgers and potion makers of the Starstreak trading firm. However, when a female player suddenly walked out from the office with a disappointed look on her face, everyone's mood immediately dampened. Due to Starstreak growing more and more famous, the number of NPCs and players who wished to join the trading firm had also grown explosively. Hence, the test's difficulty had also been increased. It was no longer as easy as the trading firm's initial recruitment. How many consecutive eliminations have that been already? I think this should be the 7th. The test is becoming more and more challenging. Previously, 1 of every 5 applicants would succeed. Now, only 1 out of 8 succeed. I wonder what the chances will be when it is my turn. The people queued near the back started growing anxious. Anna sure is strict. Xiaofan revealed a bitter smile. Although having such strict selection criteria wasn't a problem, players were still fundamentally different from NPCs. Especially for players who were timid and introverted, it was a little extreme to reject them after undergoing only a single test. Cream Coco, the female player who had just walked out from Anna's office, was one such example. In the past, Cream Coco was a genius forger who had the title as one of the 10 great master forgers of Star Moon Kingdom, and Xiaofan was fully intent of recruiting her into his guild in this life. He did not think that, shortly after Cream Coco had left the Assassin's Alliance, she would immediately come to Starstreak, only to be rejected once more. Fortunately, Xiaofan had made a trip to Starstreak trading firm. Otherwise, he would similarly be shedding tears of regret with cruel sword. Another failure. Where am I supposed to head to now? At this moment Cream Coco wore a dejected expression. Previously, she had been chased out of the Assassin's Alliance due to her production success rate being overly low. Now, Starstreak trading firm had also rejected her. After these consecutive failures, she no longer knew where she should head. Am I really not cut out for forging? Maybe I should go adventuring and fight like the other players. However, I am a sports idiot. How am I supposed to fight like the others? Hello. Are you here to apply for a job at Starstreak trading firm? Xiaofan asked, blocking Cream Coco's path. Cream Coco nodded as she glanced at Xiaofan. Currently, she did not have the mood at all to pay any attention to a stranger. Are you interested in taking another test? Xiaofan asked with a smile. Shock flashed in Cream Coco's eyes. Immediately, she lifted her head and focused on Xiaofan. For a moment, she had even thought that Xiaofan was one of Starstreak's personnel. However, when she failed to find the Starstreak trading firm's emblem on Xiaofang's clothing, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? Starstreak's president? Can you let someone, who has already been rejected, take the test again? If you wish to pretend, at least think of the time and place. Look at where you are at right now. At the very least, you should get a Starstreak emblem before putting up your act. A tall and beautiful cleric sneered as she sent a disdainful gaze at Xiaofan. However, Xiaofan did not get angry at this girl's provocation. Instead, he used observing eyes on this tall beauty. Melancholic smile. Level 10. Cleric. Seeing this name, Xiaofan was shocked. Although not as famous as Cream Cocoa, Melancholic Smile, the tall beauty of a cleric before him, was also one of Star Moon Kingdom's future master forgers. Xiaofan truly did not think that the Starstreak trading firm could be so attractive as to lure two future master forgers. My bad, I forgot to introduce myself. I am. Just as Xiaofan was about to introduce himself, Anna suddenly walked out from the office as she called for the next batch of interviewees. However, the moment her eyes spotted Xiaofan, she hurriedly walked over to Xiaofan in a panic. Meanwhile, everyone else revealed ridiculing smiles as they watched Xiaofan. They fully intended to enjoy the show that was about to play out. You've humiliated yourself big time, now. Xiaofan actually dared pretend to be Starstreak trading firm personnel. Now that he had been caught in the act, he would definitely be shown the way out. Your Excellency, this subordinate is extremely sorry for this. I did not think that these people would disturb you. I will immediately send them away. Anna glared at Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile, hurriedly apologizing to Xiaofan. Chapter 227, Master Black Flame. Ah! Everyone who wore a mocking smile a moment before was so shocked that their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they heard Lady Anna speak to Xiaofan. Their jaws nearly hit the floor. They swallowed the ridiculing words they had prepared as their faces turned extraordinarily pale. Cream Cocoa was similarly shocked by this scene. However, she accepted this news relatively quickly. This is too great. I have another chance. Cream Cocoa's disappointed expression instantly shifted to excitement as she looked at Xiaofan. Seeing Lady Anna's humble attitude towards Xiaofan, even going as far as to refer to Xiaofan as Your Excellency, Cream Cocoa was sure that Xiaofan was no ordinary character. Since such a great character was willing to give her another chance, the flame of hope within her instantly ignited. On the other hand, Melancholic Smile's current mood was the exact opposite of Cream Cocoa's. At this moment, she looked at Xiaofan with a face filled with astonishment. She then shifted her gaze towards the beautiful Anna. Melancholic Smile discovered reverence in Anna's mesmerizing bright blue eyes as she gazed at Xiaofan. Clearly, Anna was not acting. Moreover, when Anna noticed Melancholic Smile's gaze on her, she glanced at Melancholic Smile, and the reverence in her eyes instantly transformed into rage. Melancholic Smile immediately panicked. It's over. It's over. Why is my luck so terrible? Previously, I got kicked out of the guild after offending one of its upper echelons. Now, before I have even set foot in the Starstreak trading firm, I have offended one of its great characters. Melancholic Smile's thoughts were chaotic, and her heart was distraught. She did not know how she should explain herself to Lady Anna to get out of this mess. Xiaofan couldn't help but smile when he noticed Anna's furious glare and Melancholic Smile's flustered expression. However, when Melancholic Smile noticed Xiaofang's smile, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble, dread filling her heart. It seems that I can no longer stay in the Starstreak trading firm, Melancholic Smile lamented. If she had known about this beforehand, she would not have attempted to speak out of turn, interrupting Xiaofang's happy occasion. In the end, she had dug her own grave. However, Xiaofang's following words shocked Melancholic Smile. Anna, don't mind me and continue your evaluations, Xiaofan instructed Anna. He then shifted his sights to Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile, softly saying, I will conduct both of your tests. Everyone else, continue as usual. Yes, Your Excellency, Anna respectfully replied. Compared to a few days ago, Anna's current loyalty had risen from 50 to 70 points. Although it wasn't a particularly high number, it was passable. At the very least, Anna would not cause him any trouble. Do I still have a chance? Melancholic Smile never thought Xiaofan would give her another chance. After all, she had spoiled Xiaofang's happy occasion. Logically speaking, he should have chased her out of Starstreak instead. Following which, Xiaofan led both Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile up to the 4th floor of the building. Just who is he? Isn't he too amazing? He had actually made Lady Anna bow before him. If I could achieve a similar feat, I could die without regrets. Some of the players watched Xiaofang's departing figure with admiration, inwardly guessing Xiaofang's identity. In the entire White River City, there had yet to be a single player-owned shop. Even Ouroboros, currently most famous guild, had not accomplished such a thing. Yet, Xiaofan had succeeded in doing just that. Moreover, he was in the upper echelon of the Starstreak trading firm, his position was far above Anna's. So, how could this piece of news not be shocking? Just how powerful of a backer must Xiaofan have to cooperate with the Starstreak trading firm? Meanwhile, when some of the male players saw Xiaofan leading away both Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile, they inwardly cursed and called him an animal. One was not enough for him. He is practically abusing his authority. Inwardly, these male players felt both envy and disdain for Xiaofan. Inside a forging room on the 4th floor, Xiaofan prepared 5 sets of materials to craft whetstones for each of the 2 girls. Looking at the materials placed on the stone table, Melancholic Smile's thoughts slightly lagged. She never thought that Xiaofan would truly give them a test and not have any unscrupulous thoughts towards them. What is it? Have you not learned how to make whetstones yet? Xiaofan asked curiously when he noticed Melancholic Smile's dazed expression. The Forging Association sold the recipe for whetstones. Moreover, it was available for only 30 copper coins. Logically speaking, every player who aspired to become a forger should have learned the recipe, not to mention players who had managed to enter White River City. Ah, that's not it. I know how to make them. Melancholic Smile hurriedly shook her head, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. She felt ashamed of herself for completely misunderstanding Xiaofang's intentions. On the other hand, Cream Cocoa had a much purer mind than Melancholic Smile. She had not overthought things like the cleric had. However, she was still extremely nervous at the thought of having to make a whetstone in front of Xiaofan. She felt deeply afraid that she would fail the test. Xiaofan had given each of them 5 sets of materials, and his requirement was for them to achieve at least 2 successful attempts. However, during her time at the Assassin's Alliance, Cream Cocoa could only make 1 or 2 whetstones out of 10 sets of materials. Before you start, I'll give you 2 a demonstration. Xiaofan retrieved a set of materials from his inventory. With a wave of his hand, he started producing the whetstone. You are a forger as well? Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile asked in astonishment. Ah, how forgetful of me. I still haven't introduced myself. As Xiaofan had kept both his name and level hidden, others could not discover who he was. I am Black Flame, a forger. You are the chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom? You are Master Black Flame, the one that developed the Glimmer chestplate? Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile immediately grew flustered. They would never have believed that they would meet the legendary Master Black Flame. After all, he was the person responsible for elevating the status of forgers, turning it into the most popular lifestyle class in Starmoon Kingdom. Simultaneously, he had also given the various large guilds a reason to support and nurture their forgers. One could say that Master Black Flame had done every forger within Star Moon Kingdom a favor. What was even more unbelievable was the fact that Black Flame was actually the ordinary and detached-looking man before them. In their eyes, Black Flame should have either been a handsome young man or a strange old man. However, Black Flame did not match either description. Although Black Flame looked different from what they had imagined, that did not stop their growing excitement. If this man before them was the famous Black Flame, that would explain why Lady Anna showed so much respect. It also explained how the Starstreak trading firm could possess items such as the advanced whetstones. Noticing Cream Coco's and Melancholic Smile's excited and hungry gazes, cold sweat dripped down Xiaofang's forehead. He coughed dryly and said sternly, "I will only demonstrate this once. If you cannot complete 2 whetstones, you can show yourselves out. I won't accept you into the firm." The 2 girls instantly calmed after being admonished by Xiaofan. Afraid that they would miss out on something, they both heightened their concentration as they watched Xiaofang's hands. However, Xiaofang's actions rendered them speechless. Xiaofang's production speed was simply too fast. Moreover, his actions were as smooth and natural as flowing water, one would easily find themselves mesmerized. Before they could react, Xiaofan had already finished producing a whetstone. "All right, it is your turn now," Xiaofan smiled calmly as he pointed the 2 towards the materials on the stone table. He was already an advanced forging apprentice. Even if he did not utilize the Book of Forging, he still had an 80% success rate when producing whetstones. However, even if he succeeded in making one, he would not receive any additional proficiency points. He had only done so to test the 2 girls' potential. After all, they were both future master forgers. If they could not gain any inspiration after watching him work, it proved that they had only become a master forger due to luck. Chapter 228, Meteoric Rise. As the level of technique Xiaofan demonstrated was slightly high, in addition to his strict requirement, Cream Coco and Melancholic Smile immediately grew serious. Xiaofang's forging techniques had clearly undergone refinement hundreds and thousands of times. It was not something inexperienced forgers like them could hope to compare to. However, they had, more or less, noticed the key points in Xiaofang's demonstration. Soon after, the 2 girls stepped up to their separate forging tables. As if they had received some enlightenment, they held up the forging materials and fell into deep thought. As expected of future master forgers, Xiaofan revealed a faint smile when he noticed their actions. At this point it was impossible for the average player to possess sufficient materials to practice their forging with, not to mention the precious materials to produce items. However, Xiaofan was different from these inexperienced forgers. During his 10 years of playing God's Domain, he had encountered plenty of master forgers. In their free time, these players would usually discuss forging. For players with their skill level, their conversations were no longer about simply playing a game, but instead, counted as true research. Xiaofan had experienced many such conversations. Coupling that knowledge with an endless supply of materials to use as practice, he had naturally learned the craft fairly quickly. However, in terms of talent, Xiaofan was far from being a match of the girls currently before him. After all, at the end of the day, Xiaofan was still a player more suited to battle and adventure. The only thing he could do was combine the knowledge he had gained from listening to those masters with his own understanding of forging techniques and display it. Although it would not be of great help, it would be enough as long as they could realize their own deficiencies. At this stage of the game, a majority of the players had a relatively high success rate when producing whetstones. They should have at least a 40% success rate. They should be able to produce 2 whetstones out of 5 sets of materials. If they had passable techniques, it wouldn't be unusual if they could even produce 3. However, a majority of the players at this stage could only produce 1 whetstone out of 5 attempts. Although the forging rooms in the Starstreak trading firm were not comparable to the intermediate forging rooms in the Forging Association, they should still be much better than the basic forging rooms. When making a common item like the whetstone, the forging room should increase a player's success rate by at least 5%. Due to this, Xiaofan required the both of them to produce 2 whetstones out of 5 sets of materials. After a period of silence, the 2 girls finally started their first attempt at producing the whetstone. 3 minutes later, both had produced their first whetstones. They wore joyful expressions as they handed their products to Xiaofan for evaluation. A failure. The same goes for this one. Xiaofan shook his head after he checked the information on the 2 items. Both whetstones were of poor quality, and they yielded 0 effects when used. Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile were both disappointed by these results. They knew they did not have many chances remaining. If they did not produce 2 whetstones out of the remaining 4 sets of materials, without a doubt, they would be chased out of the trading firm. After experiencing failure on their first try, the 2 girls spent more time reflecting before their second attempt. After reflecting for more than 10 minutes. The next action the 2 girls took astonished Xiaofan. Within a single breath, the 2 had used up all 4 sets of materials. Moreover, their production speed was much faster than before. After producing all 4 whetstones, the 2 smiled at each other. They then placed their completed whetstones on the table, awaiting Xiaofan's evaluation. You 2 have really surprised me. Out of 4 pieces, both of you actually managed 3 successes. Xiaofan couldn't help his shock when he looked at the information displayed before him. Very good. From today onwards, you 2 are officially members of the Horizon Alliance. Here is the contract. If there aren't any problems, just sign it. Horizon Alliance? It isn't the Starstreak trading firm? Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile were confused when they took a look at the contract. After all, their goal in coming here had been to join the wealthy and powerful Starstreak trading firm. However, after they read the contract, they discovered that the benefits stated were abnormally good. Even Cream Cocoa, who had come from the Assassin's Alliance, found the offer quite attractive. After all, not only would they be provided with limitless materials and forging designs, but they would also obtain 15% of the profits once the item sold. They would also earn a minimum monthly salary of 2,000 credits. On the other hand, the other guilds only provided their forgers with 5% of the profits and a low monthly salary. The materials these guilds provided were also very limited. Under normal circumstances, the best materials would be given to the forgers with better techniques, leaving remaining forgers wanting. I can't reveal what kind of relationship the Horizon Alliance has with the Starstreak trading firm. However, I can tell you one thing, the Horizon Alliance is a lifestyle guild. It is not like your usual adventure and battle guild, and lifestyle players will be the core of this guild. Moreover, in the future, the Horizon Alliance will expand its market much further than the Starstreak trading firm. We won't only sell our products in 8 cities, but in every city throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Moreover, you guys will not have to worry about materials. As long as you can produce items of sufficient quality, you won't need to worry about failing to sell the item. Xiaofan calmly smiled as he continued, of course, if you don't want to, you can choose to join the Starstreak trading firm instead. It all depends on you. Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile considered their options carefully. At present, the Starstreak trading firm was undeniably the better choice if they wished to develop themselves further. Moreover, they had never even heard of the Horizon Alliance, not to mention a guild run by lifestyle players. I am willing to join the Horizon Alliance. However, Cream Cocoa signed the contract without hesitation. Melancholic Smile simply shook her head at this sight, thinking that Cream Cocoa was simply too naive. However, although she thought in such a way, she had similarly signed her name on the contract she received from Xiaofan. The reason she had chosen was the man currently before her. Not only was he the chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom, but he also had deep ties with the Starstreak trading firm. One could also say that, without the advanced whetstone, the Starstreak trading firm would not be enjoying its current popularity. Most importantly, it was the Horizon Alliance's future potential. Good. Since you two have signed the contract, you are now official members of the Horizon Alliance. From this moment onwards, you two can use the forging rooms in the Starstreak trading firm anytime you want. If you lack materials, just notify Anna, and she will provide them for you. You two only need to focus on advancing into a true forger, Xiaofan said, smiling. With two potential master forgers joining, Xiaofan felt much more optimistic about Horizon Alliance's future. Xiaofan also made Melancholic Smile the Horizon Alliance's temporary manager. While she managed the Horizon Alliance, she was also tasked with poaching some of the forgers and potion makers with potential from the Starstreak trading firm. After all, Xiaofan was only an acting president of the trading firm. Starstreak trading firm's forgers and potion makers belonged to Starstreak only, not the Horizon Alliance. When Xiaofan completed the second phase of the epic quest, he would no longer have any relation to the Starstreak trading firm. He would not be able to sell items through the Starstreak trading firm any longer. In other words, he and the Starstreak trading firm would draw a line between each other. So, he naturally had to recruit players with potential to his side. Soon after, Xiaofan placed the basic mana armor kit for sale on the second floor of the Starstreak trading firm. He priced each basic mana armor kit at 20 silver coins. Although this price could rival that of a piece of level 10 bronze equipment, Xiaofan did not mind. After all, he had no fear that this item would not sell. He only feared that it would sell too quickly, thus, he had set such a high price. Xiaofan then returned to his forging room and resumed forging basic mana armor kits. The 600 basic mana armor kits were just a drop in the bucket. He still needed to produce a lot more to meet demand. Not to mention, Xiaofan still had a mountain in the form of 30,000 gold coins weighing down on him. Moreover, plenty of guilds had started growing greedy after seeing Xiaofan make so much money from selling the advanced whetstones. They all started thinking up of plans to obtain the recipe for themselves. Hence, during the past few days, many guilds had started investigating the origins of the advanced whetstone. Xiaofan couldn't help but admit that a guild was indeed far more powerful than an individual. Within a short amount of time, these guilds had discovered the origins of the advanced whetstone. They had even managed to obtain its recipe. The Moonlight Forest. Treasures filled this place. Aside from having plenty of treasure chests and field bosses, the drop rate for gemstones here was much higher than other maps. The various large guilds in White River City had long since regarded the Moonlight Forest as a cash machine. On the other hand, independent players had no share of these bountiful resources. Guild leader, the intermediate forging apprentices in our guild have successfully produced advanced whetstones. The intermediate apprentice potion makers have also managed to produce intermediate recovery potions and intermediate mana regeneration potions, a ranger reported. Very good. It just so happens that White River City's bazaar will be held tonight. We can use this chance to show off Dark Star's strength, Lone Tyrant smiled satisfactorily. He had long since grown impatient after witnessing the Starstreak trading firm rake in an ocean of wealth. Now that their guild could similarly produce and sell advanced whetstones and intermediate potions, he was one step closer to becoming the true tyrant of White River City. Chapter 229, Black Flame Effect. Starstreak Trading Firm, at the premium goods counter on the second floor. Due to the raging popularity of the advanced whetstones and the fact that only a limited amount was available for sale each day, many guilds and players could normally be seen queuing and waiting at the counter. Today, however, fewer people were present on the second floor of the trading firm. No one waited in line at the premium goods counter. Those present were only independent players just window shopping, and not a single guild player wandered the spacious hall. Nobody present even asked about the availability of the advanced whetstones, and such a situation had caused Anna, the manager of the trading firm, to grow anxious. Immediately, she started an investigation into the cause of this sudden lack of customers. She then forwarded her findings to Xiaofan, letting him decide what to do with it. Although I have long since expected this, they certainly took action quickly. Is Dark Star trying to start a price war with us? Xiaofan revealed a calm smile after he read the message Anna had sent him. The reason the Starstreak trading firm's business would suddenly grow cold was mainly due to Dark Star. Dark Star had managed to nurture forgers and potion makers capable of producing advanced whetstones and intermediate potions. Furthermore, they had widely trumpeted the fact that they offered their products for a much lower price. Originally, a stack of advanced whetstones sold for 1 gold, 40 silvers at the Starstreak trading firm. However, Dark Star sold them for only 1 gold per stack. As for the intermediate potions, both types sold at a price 1 silver coins cheaper. Although the prices were greatly reduced, the advanced whetstone and intermediate potions were originally products that sold at greatly inflated prices. Even if one reduced their selling price, they would still earn several times the base cost of the items. Hence, in order to solicit customers, Dark Star would naturally initiate a price reduction. As for the players looking to purchase these items, they would purchase these items for the lowest price. This was the natural law of human nature. Nobody would be so foolish as to purchase an item of equal quality for a higher price. However, a price reduction was only the beginning of Dark Star's strategy. To make matters worse, Dark Star had even made a decisive change to the exchange mechanism. Although the exchange rate they used for normal whetstones was similar to the Starstreak trading firms, they had reduced the advanced whetstones to hard stones ratio from a 1:9 ratio to a 1:7 ratio. This ratio was just slightly higher than the production requirements of intermediate forging apprentices. Compared to the Starstreak trading firm, Dark Star's exchange rates were far more lucrative. As a result, many players had turned to Dark Star to trade their hard stones. Now that the Starstreak trading firm had lost its main source of income for hard stones, even if they relied on the hard stones Xiaofan had previously accumulated, they would, sooner or later, run out. Without the necessary basic materials, how were they supposed to produce anything? Moreover, Dark Star also possessed an advantage that Xiaofan did not: they had more people producing the advanced whetstones. As more time passed, Dark Star would obtain more advanced whetstone recipes from raiding dungeons. They could endlessly increase the number of people capable of producing advanced whetstones in their guild. Meanwhile, the Starstreak trading firm only had Xiaofan. However, Xiaofan currently had neither the manpower nor the time to waste raiding a low-level dungeon for the recipes. If this situation persisted, Dark Star would surpass the Starstreak trading firm eventually. Soon after, Xiaofan passed on his verdict to Anna. Since Dark Star wanted to start a price war, he would gladly engage. Hence, he adjusted the prices and exchange rates to equal Dark Star's. However, this change would only take effect in White River City. The prices and exchange rates would remain the same in the other 7 cities. Simultaneously, Xiaofan also took this chance to reveal the basic mana armor kit. Anna was very efficient in her work. Shortly after Xiaofan assigned her the tasks, she had completed all of them. Moreover, she had also added an additional counter on the 2nd floor specifically for selling the basic mana armor kits. Visiting players quickly discovered the new addition. Huh! There's a new counter here. What's this basic mana armor kit? Won't we know once we take a look? Originally, one of the elite parties present on the 2nd floor had only come to the Starstreak trading firm with the intention of purchasing some normal whetstones for future use. However, when they noticed the appearance of the new counter and a new product, curiosity got the better of them, and they decided to investigate. Crap! This is insane. Is this thing made of silver? They're actually charging 20 silver coins for a broken armor kit. I can get a piece of level 10 bronze equipment with that kind of money. They're even limiting the sales of this thing to 50 pieces a day. This is too expensive. Even though we are an elite party, our harvest from a single dungeon raid will, at best, amount to 2 to 3 pieces of bronze equipment. Moreover, not only do we risk losing experience, but we also need to spend money on potions and repairs after a raid. One armor kit already amounts to our party's total harvest in a single day. Wait a minute, why are the attributes of this armor kit so high? We can bind a total of 3 pieces on per character. The total attributes of 3 pieces is even higher than a level 10 mysterious iron ranked breastplate. Look! Every armor kit is marked with a black flame. Don't tell me this is something made by the Black Flame Forger? Originally, the members of the team had cursed the Starstreak trading firm for trying to rip them off. However, the moment they noticed the attributes on the mana armor kits and the Black Flame mark, they involuntarily shuddered. Who was Black Flame? He was someone every veteran player throughout Star Moon Kingdom knew. Although the Glimmer chestplate was outdated at this point, it was an undeniable fact that the item had once caused an uproar throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Moreover, due to its gallant appearance, many players still held onto their Glimmer chestplates. The ones that held the Black Flame mark looked even more awesome, and countless collectors wished to possess of one of these pieces. Unfortunately, such marked pieces were exceedingly rare, and right now, each piece was already worth 50 silver coins on the black market. Yet, even at such an insane price, nobody would willingly sell theirs. Now, Black Flame had revealed himself once more. He was even selling such powerful mana armor kits. It was just like the saying that had circulated Star Moon Kingdom, anything produced by Black Flame would definitely be a premium product. How much money do we have right now? Speaking softly, the leader of the elite party suddenly asked in the party chat. Brother Chin, we barely have 43 silver coins if all 6 of us pool our money together. We have only managed to collect this after much difficulty to repair our equipment and buy some potions. You can't be thinking to trade a portion of the hard stones we collected for normal whetstones, then sell the rest. Also, sell all of the gemstones we previously obtained. Before anybody discovers this armor kit, we need to buy as many as we can. As long as we can equip our MT and healer with 3 of these mana armor kits, we can easily clear normal mode party dungeons. Furthermore, by the time Starstreak sells out on these mana armor kits, we can resell our extras for a high price. We should be able to earn back most of what we have spent. When the other party members realized the logic behind their party leader's words, they immediately started pooling their money and sold all of their expendable items to buy as many basic mana armor kits as they could. If both their MT and healer could have an additional piece of mysterious iron equipment, they could greatly reduce the number of deaths when they raided a dungeon. With an additional 240 defense and 12 endurance, their MT's strength would soar to the next level. Their MT could tank boss monsters with much greater ease. Not to mention, their healer would also receive an upgrade. Soon after, the elite party's MT and healer each bound 3 basic mana armor kits to their equipment. The party also bought an extra piece for future use. In reality, it wasn't just this particular elite party that had found out about the basic mana armor kits. Several other elite parties and independent players that had wandered into the Starstreak trading firm had secretly sold off their assets after discovering the armor kits. Some of the players who were wealthy in reality even went as far as to purchase coins at a high price to purchase the armor kits. As a result, 50 basic mana armor kits silently disappeared from the Starstreak trading firm. During the night, when the moon was bright, and the stars were few, many players would come to the pub to relax and chat. Old Sheen, why is your party so happy today? You guys even bought such expensive alcohol to drink. Don't tell me it's your birthday, a party leader of another elite party asked. Our three-headed wolves party is very happy today. Here. I'll treat your nine-headed birds party to this bottle of ice blue spirit. Did you guys strike it rich? Why are you being so generous? This is a high-quality spirit that costs 3 silver coins. Of course. Today, our party managed to clear a hard-mode party dungeon for the first time. We also managed to get a piece of mysterious iron equipment for our MT from that dungeon raid. Tomorrow, we plan to raid another hard-mode party dungeon. The other players inside the bar were immediately shocked when they heard that someone had managed to clear a hard-mode party dungeon. They all sent envious gazes at the player called Qin. Throughout White River City, the number of independent parties that managed to clear a hard-mode party dungeon could be counted on one's hands. Old Qin, stop boasting. Did you think I don't know about your party's strength? Not to mention hard mode, you guys still have to struggle through life and death to even clear a normal mode party dungeon. The party leader of the nine-headed birds frowned in disbelief. Ha ha ha. If it were in the past, of course, it would be impossible. However, our party's MT has over 1000 defense and 1600 HP right now. Qin gleefully boasted. The party leader of the nine-headed birds was greatly shocked by this information. After all, he and the other party leader had known each other for a long time now, so he knew Qin from top to bottom. Previously, the three-headed wolf's MT had not been so powerful, he was even weaker than the nine-headed bird's MT by a small margin. After some probing, the nine-headed bird spent 20 silver coins to obtain the secret the three-headed wolves used to clear a hard-mode party dungeon. The main reason for the three-headed wolf's success was the contribution of the basic mana armor kits. During the day, the three-headed wolves were one of the parties that had secretly bought the basic mana armor kits from the Starstreak trading firm. With their newly improved MT and healer, in addition to their familiarity with the dungeon they cleared, they finally managed to achieve the feat that all independent parties aimed for, clearing a hard-mode party dungeon. Chapter 230, Crazy Night. The night bazaar of White River City had been organized to allow players to conduct business with each other. Due to Dark Star's incessant advertising, the bazaar today had grown lively. Many guilds had collected a large amount of hard stones and coins to purchase the advanced whetstones from Dark Star. Players busied themselves with setting up stalls throughout the plaza where the bazaar would occur. As one had to pay a steep processing fee to use the services of the auction house, many players had opted to sell their accumulated loot today instead. Meanwhile, of the many stalls set up at this plaza, the most attention-grabbing one belonged to Dark Star, as there were several hundred players currently lined up before Dark Star's stall. Seeing this, Lone Tyrant's heart fluttered with joy. By the time tomorrow arrived, Dark Star would become the wealthiest guild in White River City, and very soon, they would even surpass the Starstreak trading firm. They would become the possessor of White River City's economic lifeline. At that time, even Ouroboros would not be a match for Dark Star. Half an hour after the bazaar started, something odd happened. This incident caused plenty of guilds to grow sluggish in their thoughts, and even Lone Tyrant was utterly dumbfounded. Can someone tell me just what has happened here? Lone Tyrant bellowed, pointing towards the empty plaza. Boss, I made some inquiries just now and found out that the Starstreak trading firm has similarly reduced the prices of their items. Aside from having the same prices as we do, they have also released a new product. I hear that the product is a basic mana armor kit made by Black Flame. As long as one binds this armor kit to their equipment, they will receive a great improvement to their attributes and defense. If a player binds 3 pieces to their equipment, then it would be the equivalent of having an additional top-tier mysterious iron-ranked breastplate. However, Starstreak has limited the sales of the armor kit to 50 each day. So, everyone went to queue up for the item instead. Black Flame? Isn't that the chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom? Why would he work with the Starstreak trading firm? Lone Tyrant's brows wrinkled. He had also heard rumors about Black Flame. However, the man was simply too mysterious, so nobody had a concrete idea which major power stood behind him. The public only knew that there was a deeply hidden major power supporting Black Flame. So what if he is the chief forger? Lone Tyrant sneered, since Black Flame can create such a good item, we only need to make it as well. Immediately investigate the basic mana armor kit, find out where we can get the forging design. I truly wish to thank Black Flame for giving us this great business opportunity. Boss is the best. I'll investigate it immediately. Meanwhile, at the Starstreak trading firm, there was already a sea of people lining up outside the building, selling one stack of hard stones for a low price. Come over here if you are interested. Level 10 bronze axe for 30 silver coins. Buying silver coins for a high price. I'll take as much as you have. Unknowingly, a market had formed outside of the Starstreak trading firm. Although players could not set up stalls there, they could still do face-to-face trading. Albeit troublesome, nobody would mind such a small matter. After all, they were currently trying to make as much money as they could. By the time the Starstreak trading firm started selling the basic mana armor kits again, they would buy as many as possible. While everyone stood in line outside the building, many had struck up conversations with one another. They started to boast about the effects of the basic mana armor kit. What the Three-Headed Wolves party had accomplished had especially become the envy of many independent parties. Meanwhile, the more this news spread, the more it was blown out of proportion. Currently, the rumors mentioned at the Three-Headed Wolves had originally not been able to clear even a normal mode party dungeon. However, after their MT and healer had each bound 3 basic mana armor kits to their equipment, the party immediately succeeded in raiding a level 10 Hell mode party dungeon. They had even obtained a secret silver-ranked shield and many other mysterious iron-set equipment pieces from the raid, increasing their team's prowess to that of a party of experts. Some said that the Three-Headed Wolves were currently stronger than even the elite members of a first-rate guild. This rumor had caused many independent players to long for the basic mana armor kits. They wished to obtain the armor kits and achieve great success. Aside from independent players focusing on the basic mana armor kit, the various guilds had also started taking action. They tried to think of ways to contact Black Flame. They wanted to purchase a large number of the armor kits from him directly. After all, if they could equip every member of their elite team with 3 basic mana armor kits, their team's strength would rise to an entirely different level. At that time, conquering the 20-man Hell mode team dungeon would no longer be a dream. Taking a step back, even if they could not clear the Hell mode, if they could manage to clear the hard mode, they could still reap a lot of benefits. Hence, it was a must for them to obtain the basic mana armor kits. Snow, is Big Brother Black Flame offline? Zhao Yueru asked, worried. Gentle Snow nodded her head, saying bitterly, I have truly underestimated Black Flame. Originally, I thought that he would suffer a small setback after Dark Star revealed the advanced whetstones and intermediate potions. However, I would never have imagined that he would reveal such a card, catching everyone by surprise. Gentle Snow had believed that she had a good understanding of the man called Black Flame. However, time and again, Black Flame continued to surpass her expectations. It was as if Black Flame had brought out 2 cards, one white and one black, forcing others to guess which card he would reveal. In the end, however, he had done the unpredictable by taking out a gray card, catching everyone by surprise. Night in God's domain was day in reality. At this moment, Xiaofan had already logged off from the game and started training his body. Hence, he had absolutely no idea about the current goings-on in White River City. Ever since Xiaofan had moved to his new apartment, the first thing he did after waking up every morning was drink a bottle of nutrient fluids. He would then complete 20 sets of muscle-strengthening exercises and a 10-kilometer morning run. The nutrient fluid is as extraordinary as expected. My current physique should be on the level of a normal member of the school's fighting society. After ending his morning run, Xiaofan made a rough estimate of his body's current condition. However, if he wanted a more accurate estimate, he would need to test his abilities in an appropriate training room. After training and strengthening his body these past few days, Xiaofan was no longer as frail and thin as he used to be. Currently, Xiaofang's body had grown much sturdier, giving others a faint feeling that it was packed with vitality. As usual, after completing his daily workout routine, Xiaofan paid a visit to the workshop to check on its current renovation progress. A gaming workshop occupied an entire office floor of such size. In the past, such a notion was simply inconceivable. However, along with God's domain's growing influence, it wouldn't be odd even if a gaming workshop took up an entire office building, not to mention a single floor. In the past, Shadow was one such example. However, the Shadow of that time possessed a lot of members. It had even established 10 great city-states under its name. It was only normal to have such a large workshop. Brother Feng, you're here. The workshop's renovation is complete. We are just waiting for the gaming facilities we ordered to arrive, and we'll set them up. After we finish that, our Zero-Wing workshop will finally take shape. Blackie excitedly said. At that time, those who we recruit to our guild might just join without hesitation after seeing our workshop. A few days ago, Xiaofan had suddenly paid a visit to Blackie's dormitory. He notified Blackie that he had already purchased a workshop in the city center. In the future, Blackie would not need to live in the dormitory, disturbed by others. Blackie could simply live in the workshop and focus on playing God's domain. Moreover, there was a high-class restaurant situated a floor below the workshop. The well-known Big Dipper Training Center was also located on the street next to their building. Compared to living in the university's dormitory, it would be far more comfortable for Blackie to live in the workshop. In the beginning, Blackie had thought that the workshop Xiaofan had mentioned would only be a house of 50 to 60 square meters. Even so, that would still be a relatively comfortable place to live. However, when Blackie arrived at the building floor and discovered that the entire floor was meant for their workshop, Blackie had nearly thrown out his back in shock. Shortly after, that shock had turned into immense joy. After all, this large workshop of theirs was far more amazing than Shadow's. With such an amazing workshop, would they even need to worry that they couldn't surpass Shadow in the future? Oh, right. Blackie, how are things on your side? How much longer do you guys need before getting out of there? Xiaofan asked. Chapter 231, Legendary Genius. Blackie and the others had been trapped in the trial of God for several days now. If they remained inside, Xiaofan didn't know when he could go to the demon's castle to obtain the demon's heart. Hence, Xiaofan needed to know their current progress. If they were truly unable to leave the trial anytime soon, his only option was to seek Gentle Snow's help. However, he did not want Gentle Snow to know too much about him. Unless it was a desperate situation, he would not turn to Gentle Snow for help. Right. I totally forgot to tell you since I was so excited about the workshop. Blackie lightly tapped his own head. The matter of the workshop was simply too shocking. He continued, Brother Feng, just where did you find such an expert little sister? She is just too awesome. Originally, we nearly despaired from the difficulty of the trial. However, thanks to her, we all made it through the trial with great ease. Right now, we're about to head to the highest floor to receive our reward. An expert? Little sister? Are you talking about Fire Dance? Haven't you already seen how amazing she is? Xiaofan curiously asked. No, it's not Fire Dance, but Violet. We managed to clear the trial only thanks to her. But really, she is simply too strong. Blackie lamented. At the beginning of the trial, little sister Violet had only healed us from behind. As we progressed, her healing grew better and better, and she was able to grasp the timing of her heals perfectly. However, the monsters in the trial also grew stronger. After some time, we were barely surviving, even with little sister Violet's excellent healing. It was then that she took action. Although her combat standards, in the beginning, were very crude, as the battles continued, one after another, her combat standards increased endlessly. Within just a day, she had already surpassed Fire Dance. I even felt that the Trial of God was created specifically for little sister Violet. Inside the Trial of God, for every trial we cleared, we would be given an evaluation and an appropriate reward. Meanwhile, ever since little sister Violet took action, she always obtained an evaluation of rank A or above. Her equipment and skills continuously upgraded, and regarding damage output, even though I had the Mavis's guard, I only won against her by a small margin. If little sister Violet also had an epic ranked staff, she would have long since left me in the dust. Little sister Violet is the most talented person I have ever met in God's domain. Brother Feng, if you saw her frightening growth rate, you, too, would be shocked. After having mentioned Violet Cloud, Blackie could not stop his mouth as he talked on and on about her. Blackie spoke as if Violet Cloud were the strongest expert in God's domain, and nobody was above her. Of course, Blackie was speaking about Violet Cloud's innate talent, and not her current strength. After all, Violet Cloud's rate of improvement was simply horrifying. With such an improvement rate, she would sooner or later become the strongest player in God's domain. It's good that you guys passed the trial. However, you shouldn't just pay attention to Violet. Don't forget that you are a Cursemancer, while she is a cleric. You also hold an epic ranked staff in your hands. If your damage really does lose to hers, then you're going to have to hand over the Mavis's guard to Violet. Xiaofan joked. However, he was truly relieved. It was no wonder Violet Cloud had managed to become a cleric god in the past. Her innate talent was not a sham. However, maybe because Violet Cloud had played a cleric in the past, she had never revealed her true potential during the early stages of the game. However, after leaving Ouroboros, Violet Cloud could no longer depend on her healing to play God's domain, as she only had herself to rely on in battles. Hence, she started to display her frightening talent. Similar to the current situation in the Trial of God, healing alone was not enough. Hence, Violet Cloud had no choice but to engage in battle as well, inadvertently revealing her explosive talent. Maybe she is one of the legendary geniuses, Xiaofan sighed. In the past, although his techniques were good, when compared to Violet Cloud, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. It was no wonder Violet Cloud had become a cleric god. However, Xiaofan would no longer waste his time in this life. He would not ignore training his body. Currently, the workshop could accommodate up to several hundred people. Moreover, there were also private rooms meant for upper management. Furniture of superior quality decorated these private rooms, and just the cost of a single set would have left Xiaofang's past self in awe. Aside from the private rooms, Xiaofan had also set up a workout room that allowed one to carry out some simple exercises. God's domain was not just any random game where players could become a tyrant by pulling a few all-nighters. If one wanted to campaign in God's domain, they needed to prepare for a long and arduous war. Hence, players in God's domain needed to balance both work and rest, and most importantly, train their bodies if they wanted to succeed. Brother Feng, the university's fellowship party is the day after tomorrow. Should we buy a luxury car and drive there? At that time, I want to see just who would dare look down on our zero-wing workshop. Blackie said excitedly. I'll pass on the luxury car. I cannot afford such a thing right now. Xiaofan shook his head as he laughed. Although Xiaofan had similarly thought of buying a luxury car to keep up appearances, he was currently tight on money. He still owed a large sum of credits. It would be better to take a more pragmatic approach. Following which, Xiaofan and Blackie spent the entire day putting up the finishing touches to the workshop. The remaining problem they faced was the lack of members. They needed to recruit a large number of new members with potential. When night arrived in the real world, Xiaofan entered God's domain once more. Shortly after leaving the forging room, a low ring sounded by Xiaofan's ears. It was the alert tone that signified the arrival of a system message. However, the alert did not end at just that once. The ringing persisted for a long time and only stopped after over 10 minutes had passed. With a headache, Xiaofan called up the message interface. Immediately, several thousand messages appeared on his display, and all of these messages had been sent to his alternate ID, Black Flame. Xiaofan then took a look at these messages. All of them were from people attempting to purchase the basic mana armor kits. Moreover, aside from the players in White River City, even the guilds from other cities were trying to contact him. However, Xiaofan simply revealed a smile at these messages, as he had already achieved his goal. Fame. Not Starstreak's fame, but Black Flame's. Moreover, as long as he had the basic mana armor kit, Starstreak trading firm's business would not sour. According to Anna's latest report, the Starstreak trading firm had earned over 900 gold per day. However, this was only the beginning. As they increased the number of forgers and potion makers under their command, their daily production rate would also increase. As a result, the money they earned would similarly increase. It was only a matter of time before they managed to earn 30,000 gold. However, there was still a far more important matter that Xiaofan needed to deal with right now. Hence, Xiaofan immediately contacted Gentle Snow. "Miss Snow, can I ask you for some help? I wish to buy a few advanced whetstone recipes from you," Xiaofan asked. The drop rate for the advanced whetstone recipe is extremely low, and even Ouroboros has only managed to procure several copies. Since we are old acquaintances, I can sell a few to you. However, I want to conduct the trade using basic mana armor kits. Gentle Snow revealed a smile. She rejoiced at the fact that Black Flame came to her for help. If so, she could just directly request to exchange for the basic mana armor kits. Ever since the basic mana armor kits were revealed to the public, she immediately had her subordinates conduct an investigation on the item. However, they promptly discovered something unusual: it did not drop from anywhere at all. It seemed to be a special forging design obtained through a quest, so there was no way for others to obtain it at all. Hence, if they wanted to obtain any mana armor kits, they could only obtain them from Black Flame himself. Alright, but I wonder how Miss Snow plans to exchange? One advanced whetstone recipe for 20 mana armor kits. I can trade 3 copies with you. Deal. You can send one of your subordinates to conduct the trade at the Starstreak trading firm. Xiaofan did not hesitate to accept Gentle Snow's high price. After they agreed upon the transaction, Xiaofan disconnected the call. He then took the mana armor kits he had just finished producing to the Starstreak trading firm. Xiaofan intended for Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile to learn these advanced whetstone recipes. After all, he still had many matters of his own that he needed to deal with. He couldn't just forge items all day. In the future, the Horizon Alliance's main strength would still have to depend on them. Thus, he purchased those recipes. Brother Feng, we're out of the trials. When do we head to the demon's castle? Shortly after Xiaofan had finished dealing with his own matters, Blackie's message arrived. Chapter 232, Returning from the Trial. At this moment, several figures suddenly appeared in the teleportation hall of White River City. Ha ha ha. We're finally out of that suffocating place. There are so many players in White River City. Of course. We've been stuck in that broken place for so many days now. The conversation of these new figures resounded throughout the teleportation hall, and these players were none other than Fire Dance and the others who had just returned from the Trial of Gods. The moment they set foot out of the teleportation hall, the group immediately attracted the attention of many players. The equipment Fire Dance and the others wore was simply too dazzling, nearly blinding all observers. Even the elite team members of first-rate guilds were not immune. After all, among the 8 members of the team, the poorest quality equipment they wore was mysterious iron rank. Meanwhile, out of everyone in the party, the cleric, Violet Cloud, had the best quality equipment. Although she did not have any set equipment, she still had 6 pieces of secret silver equipment and a fine gold-ranked staff. No matter how one looked at it, Violet Cloud's equipment far surpassed that of any member of a guild's main force. Moreover, such magnificent equipment decorated Violet Cloud's slender and elegant body, making her look even more stunning than usual. She looked like an angel descending to the mortal realm, simply breathtaking. Aside from a beauty like Violet Cloud, there was another female member of the party who was equally beautiful. Garbed in a flame-red, tight-fitting leather shirt, the sexiness of Fire Dance's polished body was further accentuated. With 2 exquisite beauties present, the team of 8 would naturally attract a lot of attention. As a result, many of the teams present, who were originally about to set out to a dungeon, crowded around Fire Dance and the others. They sent Fire Dance invitations, one after another, requesting Fire Dance and her team to join them in raiding a 20-man team dungeon. Having a powerful cleric like Violet Cloud would significantly increase their chances of success. Moreover, aside from Violet Cloud, the Guardian Knight, Kola, also had superb equipment. If these experts were willing to do them a favor, they could easily gain a few pieces of top-tier equipment. Unfortunately, their beautiful dreams were doomed from the start as Fire Dance rejected them all without hesitation. We've fallen pretty far behind in levels. After we replenish our necessities, let's go level up, Fire Dance said, speaking in the team chat, completely ignoring the hungry gazes of the surrounding players. Nobody in the team opposed her suggestion. After getting along with each other for several days, Fire Dance had already become the core of the team. Everyone had especially acknowledged Fire Dance's ability to command. Simply put, if it were not for Fire Dance's leadership, they would not have survived the trial of God. Just when Fire Dance and the others were about to head to the Starstreak trading firm to purchase some recovery items, over a dozen players walked towards them. Although these players did not possess a guild emblem on their characters, they were clearly not a team to be underestimated. Even though the shield warrior leading this team was a man with an emaciated face and thin body, his appearance could not overshadow the keenness of his gaze. Moreover, this man currently wore a complete level 10 mysterious iron set equipment, in addition to a secret silver ranked shield and one-handed sword. Possessing such items was a clear proof of his strength. While Fire Dance and the others were shocked by the equipment and strength of the team moving towards them, the team in question was similarly shocked by Fire Dance and the others. Crap! Who is that little sister? She actually has 6 pieces of secret silver equipment on her. I'm not seeing things, right? Smuggled goods, I look down upon you. You're actually only paying attention to the girl's body. Can't you see the weapon the cleric girl has? Also, look at that vulgar-looking cursemancer's staff. It should be secret silver rank or stronger. Scram. I have no interests in flat chests. I am obviously talking about the hot little sister standing next to the cleric. Although the Guardian Knight of Fire Dance's team was lacking compared to their own MT, their cleric and cursemancer were obviously much worse than the 2 before them. Moreover, the 2 teams were similar in that they both were independent teams and neither belonged to the main force of a guild. In White River City, where guilds occupied most of the important resource points, it was a rare sight for an independent team to possess such top-tier equipment. So, how could they not attract attention? Hello, I am War Wolf, team leader of the Holy Grail Knights. The emaciated man, War Wolf, took the initiative to introduce himself to Fire Dance. Zero Wing's team leader, Fire Dance. Fire Dance replied, her interest to befriend this new team growing. Xiaofan had passed the management of the team to Fire Dance, and Fire Dance knew Xiaofan had done so due to his trust in her. She did not wish to betray that trust. Hence, taking their future guild into consideration, as the manager of the team, she naturally had to think of a way to expand and strengthen the team. Meanwhile, the foreign team before her was clearly a formidable independent team. She felt their leader, War Wolf, was more than he appeared. Although she had never fought with him before, she knew that he was one of the rarely seen apex experts. If she had to PK against War Wolf, she would not have any advantage against him. If she could recruit such an expert and team into their guild, they would have no worries when raiding large-scale team dungeons in the future. Fire Dance? War Wolf was slightly surprised when he heard this name. He then said, "So you're Fire Dance, the earliest player to get first place on White River City's ranking list? How fortunate to meet you." War Wolf's evaluation of Fire Dance rose even higher after learning the news. Aside from Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru, Fire Dance's imposing aura was likely the most powerful of all the female players he had met. Moreover, Fire Dance was also an independent player. "I was just lucky." Fire Dance smiled as she said, "I see that team leader Wolf is about to go dungeon diving?" "That's right. We're currently about to raid the level 12 Frost Nest," War Wolf revealed. "Is Miss Fire Dance interested in joining us?" The Frost Nest was a level 12, 20-man team dungeon. Currently, aside from the main force of the major guilds, no other team possessed the strength to challenge such a dungeon. "Thank you for your kind offer, but we still have our own matters to attend. We will definitely join you if we have the chance in the future." Fire Dance immediately rejected War Wolf's offer. Xiaofan had previously instructed them to raise their levels as he still had some important matters to deal with. If they entered a dungeon right now, their leveling speed would suffer, and they might even lose some EXP. Hence, Fire Dance chose to reject the offer without a second thought. "That's truly unfortunate. Let's add each other as friends, Miss Fire Dance. If we have a chance to raid a large-scale team dungeon together in the future, we can contact each other more conveniently." War Wolf sent Fire Dance a friend request. Since Fire Dance was also an expert of God's domain, common equipment would not satisfy her, yet, to obtain high-quality equipment, aside from killing Lord-ranked field bosses and completing special quests, the only other option was raiding a team dungeon or a large-scale team dungeons. However, an independent team was different from guild members. The teams were loosely formed, and the strength of the members usually varied. If an independent team relied solely on themselves, they would have no way of clearing a large-scale team dungeon. Hence, independent teams needed to cooperate with one another. Only by combining the strength of multiple independent teams would they have a chance of raiding a 50-man or above large-scale team dungeon. Yet, not just any independent teams would be fit for the task, a sufficiently strong independent team was necessary. Otherwise, entering a large-scale team dungeon would be suicide. Hence, War Wolf planned to befriend powerful independent teams. If they had powerful allies, they would have a much easier time raiding large-scale team dungeons. Just as Fire Dance and War Wolf added each other as friends, Xiaofan had arrived at Blackwing City. He had come to conduct his third business transaction with Aqua Rose. This time, however, Xiaofan had not brought a lot of the level 10 equipment and weapons he had forged. Now that the majority of the players in God's domain were over level 10, these items were no longer as valuable as they were before. Hence, Xiaofan did not produce many of them. Instead, he prepared something better, something that could even attract the attention of first-rate guilds. In addition, the Blackwing auction house was holding an auction today. To any wealthy player, this was a chance that must not be missed, including Xiaofan, who currently possessed enormous wealth. However, after Xiaofan had arrived at the appointed restaurant, Aqua Rose did not show up, even after a long time had passed. Instead, a pot-bellied man resembling Maitreya walked over and quietly sat opposite of Xiaofan. With a gentle and elegant smile, he said, "Hello there, Master Black Flame. As Miss Aqua has some urgent matters to attend to today, she has sent me to represent her in this transaction. Miss Aqua expresses her sincerest apologies." Chapter 233, Astronomical Transaction. Miss Aqua has some urgent matters? Xiaofan was slightly surprised. That's right. Although I cannot reveal to your excellency what those matters are, I, Joking Scholar, can represent Miss Aqua in conducting the transaction with you. However, Xiaofan did not believe him. Every time he and Aqua Rose completed a transaction, both sides would gain massive profits. Logically speaking, there should be nothing more important than this matter. Even if Aqua Rose truly had an urgent matter, she should have at least notified him beforehand. However, Aqua Rose had not. Xiaofan carefully observed this Maitreya-like person. Although he appeared absolutely harmless, his body exuded a sense of shrewdness that spoke of vast experience in the business world. Virtual reality. In this realistic world, regarding a player's expressions or demeanor, both would be fully displayed on their characters. With over a decade of experience campaigning in God's domain, Xiaofan could immediately perceive the delight and panic hidden behind those beady little eyes. Since Miss Aqua has some matters to deal with, let us postpone our business transaction till next time, then. Xiaofan smiled calmly before standing up, saying, "I still have some matters that I need to attend to, so I'll leave first." Hearing that Xiaofan had no intention to continue the trade and intended to leave, Maitreya's facial expression immediately changed. A hint of panic appeared in his friendly smile when Xiaofan stood. "Master Black Flame, don't be in such a rush. Although Miss Aqua is absent, Twilight Echo sincerely desires this trade's success. We are willing to pay 30% more than the previously mentioned price." Joking Scholar hurriedly stood and held back Xiaofan. 30%? It seems that you guys really are sincere about this. Xiaofan halted his steps, smiling. He then turned to face the panicked Maitreya, saying, "Since you've already made the offer, let us negotiate the price." Of course, of course." Joking Scholar hurriedly nodded his head, once more revealing his friendly smile. Following which, the two sat and resumed their business transaction. "Do you have what I asked of Miss Aqua the last time?" Xiaofan asked. "Master Black Flame, please have a look." Joking Scholar retrieved several ore bags. Hard stones and rare forging materials filled the majority of these bags. Moreover, aside from taking out 5 400-slot ore bags, which were the largest ore bags currently available to players, he had also taken out a black leather bag. There were many runes carved on the exterior of this bag, and one could tell that it was not an ordinary item with just a glance. It is as expected of Twilight Echo. They even have a Runic ore bag. Xiaofan was inwardly shocked. The Runic ore bag was a mysterious iron-grade ore bag. It had a massive capacity of 1,200 slots, 4 times that of a common grade ore bag. However, this item was not easy to obtain. Only Lord-ranked bosses in mines had a chance of dropping this item. Compared to the previous encounter, this transaction would be far larger. Joking Scholar had prepared over 2,000 stacks of hard stones, 300 stacks of fine iron ore, 400 stacks of silver ore, and 200 stacks of mithril orogen. Furthermore, there were also 100 stacks of gold ore, which was currently unavailable in Starmoon Kingdom. Just how much manpower and resources had they spent in the process of gathering such a large amount of precious ores? This was precisely the strength of a first-rate guild. It was not something a normal guild could compare to. Good, everything that I requested is here. Deducting all these ores, if we factor in the 30% increase in price you previously mentioned, you just need to pay me an additional 120 million credits. Xiaofan took out a letter that had been encrypted by the system and placed it on the table. Only a specified person could open this letter, and outsiders had no way to discover its contents. When Joking Scholar heard the price of 120 million credits, his smiling expression immediately froze. He had nearly spat the black tea that was in his mouth, the teacup in his hand nearly falling to the ground due to his trembling. The 120 million credits is the price of this encrypted letter? Joking Scholar looked at the white envelope on the table, his facial expression turning extraordinarily ugly. His previously beady eyes abruptly widened as he sent a chilling glare at Xiaofan, coldly saying, "Master Black Flame, aren't you going a little too overboard? We of Twilight Echo have come here with the sincerest intentions to conduct business with you. Are you looking down on Twilight Echo? Or do you not take Miss Aqua seriously?" No matter how stupid Joking Scholar was, he knew that no transaction in God's domain could currently achieve such a frightening cost. That was 120 million credits. Not 120 million hell money. Such an amount was sufficient for a normal person to live the rest of their life in luxury. Even Joking Scholar himself would not earn such an amount in this lifetime. The only possibility was that Xiaofan was toying with him, or that Xiaofan had already found out that he was a fake. However, as a preventive measure, he still used Aqua Rose's name to warn Xiaofan. Xiaofan calmly smiled at this Mithraia's reaction. He paid no mind to Joking Scholar's chilling and threatening gaze, unhurriedly saying, "How could you say such a thing? Weren't you the one that suggested for the 30% increase in price? I've fully followed our previous agreement and have brought what that Miss Aqua requested. Could Miss Aqua have forgotten to tell you about it? Or is it because you are fake?" A chilling light suddenly flashed in Xiaofan's eyes as he loudly questioned. "You?" At this moment, Joking Scholar gnashed his teeth in anger. Xiaofan had clearly pretended to be the fool here. Yet, he could not just reveal Xiaofan's act. "Master Black Flame, of course, I was sent here by Miss Aqua. Please stop trying to probe me. Miss Rose never agreed to this." Joking Scholar was no fool. He thought that Xiaofan was currently trying to probe him, so he quickly cooled his temper. "Probe? What reason would I have to probe you?" Xiaofan smiled as he said, "I am very serious. If Aqua Rose didn't mention such an important agreement to you and you have no knowledge of it, then it seems you are indeed a fake. If that is so, then I am truly sorry. Our business transaction ends here." Saying so, Xiaofan stood and prepared to leave. Joking Scholar immediately panicked. He could no longer discern whether Xiaofan's words were true or not. In the beginning, he thought Xiaofan was trying to swindle him. Now, however, it would seem that his previous preconception might be wrong. Have I really guessed wrong? Was this letter actually what they intended to trade? Joking Scholar felt that his brain was no longer sufficient to process this matter. He could not see through Xiaofan at all. Previously, Xiaofan had expressed immense interest in continuing the trade. Now, however, Xiaofan was about to leave after scoffing. Just what was he supposed to do? Joking Scholar had personally witnessed the benefits Aqua Rose had obtained through her transactions with Xiaofan. If Twilight Echo could periodically conduct similar trades with Xiaofan and obtain such immense profits every time, the other first-rate guilds in their kingdom would have no chance to compete with them. They would become the tyrant of their kingdom. Just by becoming the lord of a city, the benefits that ensued were enough to attract the world-class corporation's investments. Not to mention receiving a few hundred million, they could even receive tens of billions of credits. If Twilight Echo could become the tyrant of a kingdom, they could receive investments from over 10 major corporations. The credits they could earn were unimaginable. In comparison, the 120 million credit transaction right now could be considered negligible. However, 120 million credits was not pocket change either. Moreover, Their guild had only obtained the many ores before him through the painstaking work. If they gave them all to Xiaofan, the losses would be mind-blowing. Of course, if such a powerful benefit were truly available, it could greatly assist Twilight Echo in elevating its current position, becoming the tyrant of the capital city. However, Joking Scholar could not see past Xiaofang's thoughts at all. He did not know whether Xiaofan had the sincerity to continue their current cooperation. With his status, he did not dare make this gamble. Master Black Flame, please wait a minute. Maybe Miss Aqua has forgotten to mention this to me. I'll have to ask Miss Aqua about this before making a decision. If there truly are no problems, then the 120 million credits and these materials will all be yours. Joking Scholar decided to hold Xiaofan back for now. He needed to report this matter to his superiors and let them decide what to do. That way, he won't have to take responsibility for this matter. Chapter 234, While the priest climbs a post, the devil climbs 10. Naturally, Xiaofan could not just walk away after hearing Joking Scholar's words. Although he did not know what had happened to Aqua Rose, if he could swindle so many materials and credits, he would make a huge profit. Fine. I'll give you 1 minute. I'm in a hurry. Xiaofan swept a glance at the clock displayed on the system interface. There were still 2 hours before the auction started at the Blackwing City auction house. If he missed this chance, he would have to wait for several more days before the next. Since a lot was at stake, Joking Scholar dared not waste any more time. He immediately sent a message to his superior, awaiting the decision. After waiting for half a minute or so, Joking Scholar received a reply. Joking Scholar immediately felt his mood refresh when he read the reply. Master Black Flame, Miss Aqua has said that, due to the transaction being of such magnitude, if we are to conduct this trade, we need to verify the item that you have provided. Of course, I will preside over this verification. If there truly are no problems, we will immediately transfer the money to you, Joking Scholar confidently informed Xiaofan. That won't do. If you guys get a look at the contents of this letter, then the information inside will no longer have any value. What if you decide not to pay me? Wouldn't I take a huge loss instead? Unless you give me the money first, I will not let you look at the contents. Xiaofan sneered, since Twilight Echo doesn't have any sincerity in continuing this trade, so be it. Contrary to Joking Scholar's belief, the information inside the encrypted letter was the real deal. It could instantly promote a large guild to the next level. The information was especially useful to a first-rate guild. Of course, this information would not actually sell for an astronomical price of 120 million credits. Since he had cooperated with Aqua Rose in the past, he would not betray her and cooperate with someone else. Hence, he had only mentioned such an astronomical price to play with Joking Scholar. Master Black Flame, we are very sincere in this matter. If you continue responding to our sincerity in such a way, we can only take it as you toying with Twilight Echo. None who attempt to make fools of Twilight Echo find a good ending. If Master Black Flame doesn't want a misunderstanding, please let me take a look at the information contained in the letter. As long as there are no problems, then based on Twilight Echo's credibility, we certainly will not go back on our word and ruin our own reputation. Although Joking Scholar spoke with an amicable tone, he did not try to hide the cold glint in his eyes in the least. Are you threatening me? Xiaofang's tone turned cold as he said, although Twilight Echo is a first-rate guild, don't think that I, Black Flame, am someone you can easily mess around with. Since this matter has reached this point, our cooperation ends right here and now. Xiaofan immediately left the restaurant, leaving behind a dumbfounded Joking Scholar. Joking Scholar never thought Xiaofan would react so decisively. In his opinion, Black Flame was only a forger. How could he possibly dare call shots with a first-rate guild like Twilight Echo? Hence, Joking Scholar decided to threaten him. Yet, Xiaofan had not reacted as he had expected at all, so much so that his threat had yielded the exact opposite effect he had wanted. The higher-ups of the guild had tasked him with maintaining the current business relationship they had with Black Flame. If there were a possibility, the best-case scenario would be to recruit Black Flame into Twilight Echo. How abominable! This Black Flame is simply impervious to reason. Joking Scholar had originally intended to hold Xiaofan back once more. However, doing so was simply too humiliating. After speaking those decisive words, if he had to suddenly change his tone and try to ingratiate himself with Xiaofan, he simply could not do it. He is definitely toying with me. That's the only plausible reason why he isn't willing to show me the contents of that letter. Immediately after, Joking Scholar contacted his superior. "Scholar, how did it go?" A dignified tone came through the communicator. "Boss, that Black Flame rejected our proposal. He refused to let me take a look at the letter's contents. However, I am very sure that he is trying to play us for fools." "There is nothing important in the letter," Scholar confidently assured. "I understand. Although it is slightly unfortunate, Black Flame has also given us some enlightenment. Since Black Flame is unwilling to do business with us, we can just look for someone else. I hear that Star Moon Kingdom, where Black Flame is from, should be in dire need of ores. Look for a powerful guild from Star Moon Kingdom at Blackwing City. I believe that they should be very willing to cooperate with us." "Yes, boss." Currently, Joking Scholar felt exhilarated. "Black Flame, did you really think that you are so amazing? Once I sell these ores to some other guild in Star Moon Kingdom, we'll see if you can still survive there." Soon after, Joking Scholar had departed from the restaurant as well. He started looking for a new business partner from Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, after Xiaofan left the restaurant, he immediately changed his appearance using the demon mask. He had long since waited for Joking Scholar's departure. Although Xiaofan did not intend to do business with Joking Scholar, that would not stop him from swindling the man. After all, it was not easy for him to obtain so many ores. Moreover, it was not his style to just let Joking Scholar escape. Previously, he had used the appearance of Black Flame, so he could not swindle those ores from him. However, now that he had changed his appearance, even if he swindled Joking Scholar, he would be fine as long as he immediately donned a new appearance. Twilight Echo had spent a lot of wealth and manpower to procure the ores. If they failed to sell them, keeping those ores for their own use instead, they would need over 10 days to exhaust such a large supply fully. Twilight Echo could not bear such a heavy cost. After all, these ores could not increase their guild's battle prowess. They could only do so by turning these materials into currency. However, if they wished to turn these ores into money, they had to sell them to a guild that was in dire need of ores. As for independent players, they simply had no way to deplete such a stock. No. Unless they paid with credits, even a first-rate guild could not afford so many ores. However, would Twilight Echo lack credits? That's right, they didn't lack credits. If they could spend credits to purchase a large amount of gold coins, they would have spent several 100 million credits without hesitation. However, the main god system had not activated an exchange system for coins. As for the virtual trade center, there was simply not enough gold coins to satisfy their demands. Most importantly, if they purchased gold coins in bulk, their actions would inflate the prices of gold coins endlessly, and doing so was not a worthwhile investment. This was also one of the reasons why large guilds normally would not purchase gold coins in bulk. If Twilight Echo could not sell these ores quickly, it would wound the guild's development. However, it would not be an easy task to find a business partner willing to purchase so many ores. The only possibility they had was to look for a guild from Star Moon Kingdom. As long as Twilight Echo investigated, they would immediately discover that Black Flame was from Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the fact that Black Flame purchased so many forging materials proved that Star Moon Kingdom was in dire need. As long as the upper echelon of Twilight Echo had brains, they would naturally look for someone from Star Moon Kingdom to cooperate with. Unfortunately, Twilight Echo had miscalculated one point. It was not easy to obtain the pass required to enter Blackwing City. Even for a large guild, they would need to spend a lot of time and effort to obtain one. Not to mention, the majority of the guilds and players in Star Moon Kingdom didn't even know about the existence of Blackwing City. Quite some time had passed since the launch of God's Domain. However, the players from Star Moon Kingdom who could enter Blackwing City were among the extreme minority. It went without saying there were even fewer players who could afford so many ores. An hour quickly passed with Xiaofan trailing Joking Scholar. Sure enough, Joking Scholar failed to find even a single player from Star Moon Kingdom. The majority of the players he met were independent players from other kingdoms and empires. Even when he met players belonging to guilds, these players were not part of their guild's backbone. Most importantly, none of these players had any interest in Twilight Echo's ores. This situation depressed Joking Scholar. He wondered just why he could not meet any players from Star Moon Kingdom. It would be fine even if it were even an independent player. At this moment, Xiaofan took on Lone Tyrant's appearance using the demon mask, and he walked towards Joking Scholar casually. Chapter 235, Extreme Squeezing. Xiaofang's disguise looked extremely similar to the real deal. Moreover, the equipment he wore had also changed appearance. He now wore a complete secret silver set equipment. On his back, he carried the fine gold-ranked blood-red longsword and blood-red cross shield. Not to mention the guild leader of a second-rate guild, even the guild leader of a first-rate guild would find it difficult to obtain equipment as dazzling as Xiaofang's. In addition, Xiaofan had completely replicated Lone Tyrant's arrogant air, creating a vivid image of the guild leader. Right now, even if someone familiar with Lone Tyrant stood before Xiaofan, they could not tell whether he was the real Lone Tyrant or not. The players that walked past Xiaofan involuntarily found their heads turning towards him, both envy and admiration filled the gazes they sent his way. The glowing effect of a fine gold weapon had nearly blinded their eyes. At this moment, Joking Scholar was still blindly searching the streets for his target, a gloomy expression portrayed on his face. However, when his eyes landed on Lone Tyrant, who was Xiaofan in disguise, his eyes flashed with a glint of excitement. His equipment. Not even our guild leader compares to him. The guild he belongs to must be very powerful. I hope he is a player from Star Moon Kingdom. Joking Scholar made a silent prayer as he walked towards Xiaofan. Hello. I am Joking Scholar of Twilight Echo. May I ask if your excellency comes from Star Moon Kingdom? Joking Scholar asked in anticipation. Are your eyes a decoration? Of course, I am from Star Moon Kingdom. If you don't even know who I am, why are you even playing God's Domain? Xiaofan arrogantly scoffed. Contrary to expectations, not only did Xiaofang's scolding fail to anger Joking Scholar, but it had also made him rejoice. Immediately, Joking Scholar used an identification skill on Xiaofan. Lone Tyrant. Affiliated Guild, Dark Star. After reading Xiaofang's basic information, Joking Scholarly immediately started a search through the official forums for information. Very quickly, Joking Scholar uncovered most of the information available about Lone Tyrant, and his mood instantly lifted higher than before. How careless of me. I did not expect to meet the well-renowned guild leader Lone Tyrant of Star Moon Kingdom. I wonder if your excellency would be interested in purchasing some ores? Joking Scholar spoke unhurriedly. However, Xiaofan inwardly smiled at Joking Scholar's words. Just as he had guessed, Joking Scholar was in a hurry to get rid of the ores in his hands. Ores? Are you looking down on our guild? Xiaofan angrily demanded. Guild leader Tyrant has misunderstood me. Of course, I know that your excellency does not lack materials. Joking Scholar calmly said, however, what about the other guilds in Star Moon Kingdom? If Guild Leader Tyrant can sell a large number of ores to those guilds at a low price, wouldn't your excellency make a huge profit? At this moment, Xiaofan faked an interested expression. Guild Leader Tyrant, after the recent update of God's Domain, fighting monsters places a huge toll on a weapon's durability. Hence, I believe that every guild would be very interested in whetstones. Meanwhile, the main material needed to produce whetstones is hard stones. I just happen to have plenty of hard stones with me right now, and I can sell all of them to your excellency at a very low price, Joking Scholar hurriedly said. Cheap hard stones? Xiaofan appeared even more interested now, saying, speak, then. I can sell these hard stones to your excellency at a price of 10 silver coins a stack. Similarly, I can also sell the other ores I have with me for much cheaper than those found in Star Moon Kingdom, Joking Scholar offered confidently. You call 10 silver coins per stack cheap? Are you trying to toy with me? Do you think I have so much time to waste on you? Xiaofan growled, I will pay, at most, 5 silver coins a stack. Otherwise, we do not need to continue this conversation. Your Excellency, I know how much hard stones sell for in Star Moon Kingdom. Normally, each stack can sell for 11 to 12 silver coins. By reselling the hard stones your Excellency buys from me, your Excellency can still make an effortless 1 to 2 silver coins. Moreover, the amount of hard stones I have with me is by no means small. They can allow your Excellency to make an immense profit. Joking Scholar had done his homework, thoroughly researching the prices of ores in Star Moon Kingdom. Hence, Joking Scholar felt confident that Lone Tyrant was interested in buying the hard stones. Lone Tyrant was simply trying to lower the prices to maximize his profits. 12 silver coins? Xiaofan disdainfully said, that was the price 2 days ago. Now that everyone's level is higher, the available locations they can farm hard stones from has also increased. It is absolutely impossible to sell them at such a high price anymore. I'll repeat myself one more time, 5 silver coins a stack. If you don't want to sell, then so be it. Immediately, Joking Scholar grew flustered at Xiaofan's words. Indeed, he had investigated the ore prices in Star Moon Kingdom 2 days ago. Moreover, just as Xiaofan had said, players' levels rose constantly. Not only would the drop rate of hard stones from monsters increase, but players could also obtain quite a number from mining ores. Take the hard stones Twilight Echo had gathered, for example. Twilight Echo had previously paid around 3 to 4 silver coins per stack while gathering the hard stones. If they sold them for only 5 silver coins a stack to Xiaofan, they wouldn't make a huge profit. Your Excellency drives a hard bargain. How about this, what do you think about 8 silver coins a stack? Joking Scholar probed. Scram. If you're not going to sell them, then forget it. Xiaofan pretended to grow angry. Although Xiaofan stated that the prices of hard stones had fallen, the prices in White River City had not decreased by much. Each stack could still sell for around 11 silver coins right now. However, Xiaofan was in no hurry. He knew that Twilight Echo was deeply afraid of keeping the hard stones and having their value depreciate as time passed. Such a loss could greatly hamper Twilight Echo's growth, letting the other guild surpass them. Your Excellency, please wait a moment. How about 7 silver coins per stack? Joking Scholar hurriedly bargained when he noticed Xiaofan about to walk away. However, his offer failed to halt Xiaofang's steps. Alright, 6 silver coins. I can't lower the price any further than that. Joking Scholar felt helpless at Xiaofang's unyielding attitude. However, it was simply too difficult to find players from Star Moon Kingdom in Blackwing City. It was especially true for a guild leader like Lone Tyrant. If Joking Scholar could not sell these hard stones as quickly as possible, their value would continue to depreciate. However, reality was cruel. Xiaofan did not halt his steps at all. Joking Scholar started to panic now. He hurriedly ran to stop Xiaofan, saying in an urgent tone, "Your Excellency. Are you really not going to consider it? 6 silver coins is already a very low price. You can't find such an offer anywhere else." "Can't find?" Xiaofan smiled. Although Star Moon Kingdom ranked above average among kingdoms that produced herbs, regarding mineral production, Star Moon Kingdom ranked below average. Thus, the mineral supply in Star Moon Kingdom lacked constantly. However, not every kingdom and empire was in a similar situation to the Star Moon Kingdom. Immediately, Xiaofan loudly yelled, "Selling hard stones for 6 silver coins a stack. You definitely can't find a price lower than this." Xiaofang's actions dumbfounded Joking Scholar. However, many players on the street sent gazes of contempt toward Xiaofan. "Stop joking around. You call 6 silver coins a stack cheap? Even 5 silver 30 coppers is expensive where I come from. If you want to purchase in bulk, I can sell them to you at 5 silver coins a stack." Ah! I nearly died from laughter just now. Many players on the street started laughing at Xiaofan. However, the one who was truly embarrassed was Joking Scholar. At this moment, he felt so ashamed that he could not even raise his head to face Xiaofan. His absolute confidence from before had returned to slap him in the face. Moreover, someone had already made an offer of 5 silver coins per stack. Nothing could have a more powerful impact than this. How about it? Didn't you say that your hard stones were the cheapest? Didn't you say that I absolutely couldn't find a lower price than yours? Xiaofan snorted as he asked, "Why is everyone offering me a lower price, then? Did you really think that I am a fool? This is a misunderstanding." "Really?" Joking Scholar hurriedly said, "Just like your Excellency suggested before, how about 5 silver coins a stack?" "Too late. I'll offer, at best, 2 silver coins now. Before, I had only casually asked around on the street, and already, someone has offered me a price of 5 silver coins. If I ask even more people, I might even find a cheaper offer than that. There are plenty of kingdoms rich in ores." Xiaofan smiled contemptuously. Chapter 236, Mysterious NPC. Xiaofang's offer this time truly shocked Joking Scholar. However, Joking Scholar knew that it was no longer possible for him to sell the forging materials for a good price. At this moment, Joking Scholar had finally realized that making money in Blackwing City was not an easy task. Although Blackwing City provided players with various opportunities, the competition here was more intense than any other city in God's domain. The players in Blackwing City came from various kingdoms and empires, and each one of these kingdoms and empires had their own specialties. Although Twilight Echo was a first-rate guild, they held no advantage whatsoever in this city. Even the forging materials they were so proud of held no advantage in this city. Joking Scholar honestly wondered how Aqua Rose had managed to make so much money from her trips to Blackwing City. "Your Excellency, can you give me some time? After all, the price you offered is simply too low. I need to consult with my superiors before making a decision," Joking Scholar persuaded Xiaofan. "Fine. It just so happens that I need to purchase some items. We'll meet up in this plaza in 30 minutes. Xiaofan nodded. The two promptly added each other as friends. After parting, Xiaofan immediately walked into an empty alley. The reason he had offered an extremely low price of 2 silver coins was to force Joking Scholar to contact his superiors. More importantly, he had done so to part with Joking Scholar. Otherwise, he would have no way of realizing his plan. After walking into the alley, Xiaofan immediately used the 7 luminaries crystal and returned to White River City. He then rushed to the bank, retrieving several hundred stacks of hard stones and other ores, before using the 7 luminaries crystal again to travel to Blackwing City. Afterward, Xiaofan looked for a dark, narrow alley. Glancing at his surroundings and making sure that he had not been followed, Xiaofan changed into a new appearance again. This time, he disguised himself as an old man with white hair. He then donned a black hooded cloak and changed his name to Carlos. Aside from his name, he had concealed his information. That should be about it. Xiaofan examined his disguise. Regarding outward appearance or temperament, both looked extremely mysterious. Moreover, his body also exuded a frightening aura. He did not look like a player at all. After confirming that there were no problems with his disguise, Xiaofan walked towards a relatively populated street. On the street, he discovered a relatively well-equipped guardian knight, and without hesitation, he walked towards this guardian knight. While he walked past this man, Xiaofan pretended to accidentally bump into him, knocking the man down to the ground. Originally, the guardian knight was enraged from being knocked down. However, just before he started cursing, he noticed that the old man before him had a shockingly powerful aura, so much so that he could feel his own body trembling slightly before this elder. Immediately, he used an identification skill on this old man and found out that the old man was called Carlos. Meanwhile, any remaining information about the old man displayed as unknown. In God's domain, there were only 2 scenarios that resulted in an unknown return from an identification skill. One was when the targeted player used a special item to conceal their information, while the other was due to a large gap in strength. In both cases, a normal identification skill would not suffice to determine the target's information. Meanwhile, the old man before him was clearly not a player, but an NPC. Hence, the guardian knight determined that the old man named Carlos was very powerful. Afraid that he would earn the ire of this mysterious NPC and get himself killed, the guardian knight immediately swallowed his words. "Young man, are you all right?" Xiaofan spoke in a dignified tone, casting an overlooking gaze at the guardian knight. "No, there are no problems at all," the guardian knight hurriedly said. "It's good that you're all right. However, it is still my fault for bumping into you. As compensation, you can come to my place to purchase items in the future. I will sell them to you at a discount," Xiaofan said. Immediately, he started walking towards a nearby alleyway. Could my luck have come? The guardian knight reacted quickly as he immediately followed Xiaofan into the alleyway. Xiaofan was shrouded in mystery, and the aura he exuded was extremely frightening. Coupling that with the fact that he had bumped into a player, he would naturally attract the attention of many players on the street. Although Xiaofan's words had not been loud, many of the surrounding players had clearly heard him. There were countless fortuitous encounters in God's domain. It was especially so for a place like Blackwing City. It was not strange for players to purchase some rare items from a hidden NPC. The elderly man before them was such a powerful NPC, it would not be odd for him to sell some powerful, rare item. So, how could they possibly miss out on such a good opportunity? Hence, every player on the street followed Xiaofan and the guardian knight. Damn, why are there so many people following us? The guardian knight felt depressed when he noticed the crowd of players trailing behind him and the old man. However, his feet did not stop as he continued after Xiaofan. Meanwhile, when Xiaofan noticed the large number of players following him, his lips curled into a smile. He had already achieved his goal. Soon after, Xiaofan led the crowd of players past the street where Joking Scholar was. As Joking Scholar had only needed to notify his superiors about the current situation, he had not wandered too far from his original location. Naturally, he also noticed the strange sight of a crowd of players following a mysterious old man. Hence, he hurried after one of the players trailing Xiaofan. After making a short inquiry, Joking Scholar learned the reason for this strange situation. His face lit up with joy as he, too, joined this army of players. Seeing that Joking Scholar had taken the bait, Xiaofan located an unoccupied gazebo and took a seat there. His expression remained indifferent as he gazed at the players following him. The guardian knight from before immediately walked up to Xiaofan without hesitation. He intended to find out what items he could purchase from the old man. In response to the guardian knight's actions, Xiaofan revealed a faint smile as he retrieved hard stones and many other types of rare ores. He then quoted extremely low prices for all these ores. Xiaofan quoted 1 stack of hard stones for 40 copper coins, a stack of 200 iron ore for 4 silver coins, a stack of 200 fine iron ore for 6 silver coins, 200 silver ore for 10 silver coins, and 200 mithril ore for 12 silver coins. The guardian knight was immediately dumbfounded when he heard these prices. The prices Xiaofan quoted were far lower than the current market prices. It was especially true for the hard stones that were currently in high demand. "Your Excellency Carlos, I wish to purchase 30 stacks of hard stones," the guardian knight said, excitement clear in his voice. After all, if he returned to his own country and resold these hard stones at 5 silver coins, he would make an immense profit. Anyone would grow excited over such a situation. Hence, the guardian knight spent all of the money he had on him to purchase hard stones from Xiaofan. Meanwhile, the players that arrived a tad bit later were immediately stunned by the guardian knight's transaction. Immediately, they rushed forward to purchase hard stones from Xiaofan. A majority of the players currently in Blackwing City were independent players. The money they carried did not amount to much, so the number of hard stones they could buy was limited. Most of the players only bought a dozen or so stacks of hard stones from Xiaofan. In the blink of an eye, Xiaofan had already sold over 200 stacks. The players who managed to purchase hard stones from Xiaofan left with wide smiles. Some had even purchased gold coins using credits, shouting their offer on the streets. If they were to purchase coins through the virtual trade center, the coins would need at least 2 hours to arrive in their accounts. If it were a private transaction between players, however, they could immediately pay and receive the coins. Hence, these players immediately started yelling on the streets, going so far as to offer double the market price. Joking Scholar immediately panicked. This mysterious NPC was actually selling these items and at such a low price. There were even so many players purchasing coins on the streets. If news of this matter reached Darkstar's guild leader, Lone Tyrant's ears. If that happened, he would never get rid of the forging materials in his hands. Immediately, Joking Scholar sent this information back to his superior, and just as quickly, he received a reply. They ordered him to sell as many of the materials as he could at a low price. Following which, Joking Scholar immediately rushed towards the meeting location he had agreed upon with Xiaofan. He then sent Xiaofan a message, stating that they could conduct their trade immediately. Joking Scholar was deeply afraid of Xiaofan discovering the matter with the mysterious NPC. If Xiaofan found out about it, he wouldn't even be able to sell his hard stones for 2 silver coins a stack. Xiaofan revealed a faint smile after receiving Joking Scholar's message. Immediately, he told the players that he had sold out for the day and that he would return tomorrow. Many of the new arrivals were gravely disappointed. They lamented over the fact that they had been so slow, and they had no choice but to return tomorrow. Soon after, Xiaofan vanished from the player's sight. He searched for a secluded location and donned the appearance of Lone Tyrant once more, before hurrying over to the meeting location. Chapter 237, If you don't do stupid things, they won't come back and bite you in the ass. In the central plaza of Blackwing City, many players wandered, sightseeing. Blackwing City was a must-see destination as it had been built atop the peak of a mountain. Meanwhile, the stargazing tower loomed in the central plaza of the city. Through the usage of a floating platform, players could arrive at the top of the tower and witness the full beauty of Blackwing City. Beneath the stargazing tower, Xiaofan located Joking Scholar. At this moment, panic painted Joking Scholar's face. His eyes were like searchlights as they scanned the plaza. When he finally spotted Xiaofan, he hurried over. Guild Leader Tyrant, the higher-ups have given me my instructions. To maintain long-term cooperations with Guild Leader Tyrant, we agree to sell the hard stones to you at 2 silver coins a stack. As long as you take these forging materials back to Star Moon Kingdom, you can earn back at least 3 to 4 times the cost, Joking Scholar said as he walked up to Xiaofan, a smile filling his face. Twilight Echo had spent a lot of time to obtain these forging materials. They had even spent an impressive sum of coins and credits in the process. Meanwhile, their main goal was to turn these forging materials into coins. If luck would have it, they could even make a small profit from the trade. By the looks of it, however, that would not happen. After all, not only were the forging materials of other kingdoms and empires similarly cheap, but there was also a mysterious NPC in Blackwing City selling these materials far below bottom-line prices now. The only thing Joking Scholar could do now was turn all these forging materials into coins, even at the cost of taking a small loss. He could then head to the Blackwing City auction and purchase some items that would benefit the guild's development. However, although ideals were wonderful, reality was very cruel. It was clearly impossible for Xiaofan to spend hundreds of gold to purchase these materials. Even if he had over 3,000 gold coins, he still wouldn't spend it in such a way. Not to mention, Xiaofan had spent so much effort in swindling Joking Scholar. He naturally wouldn't stop at just 2 silver coins. 2 silver coins a stack, now that's what I call sincere. However, just before I came here, someone mentioned to me that they are willing to sell a large amount of hard stones for 1 silver coin a stack. Moreover, if I am willing to purchase over 1,000 stacks, they will lower that price even further. Xiaofan shook his head, feigning disinterest. What? 1 silver coin a stack? Who said that? Joking Scholar was already on the brink of insanity. He had only found a large transaction after much difficulty. Now, however, someone was trying to undersell him. Moreover, that person clearly knew about the mysterious NPC selling forging materials. If he had to sell each stack of hard stones for only 1 silver coin, he might as well take them back to his own empire and sell them there. Yet, the various guilds in Storm Empire, the empire Twilight Echo belonged to, was far from lacking forging materials. As for the independent players there, most were self-sufficient. As a result, the players purchasing hard stones were very few. On the contrary, there were plenty of players selling them. However, due to Twilight Echo's recent mass purchase, the prices of hard stones in the Storm Empire had increased. Originally, 2 silver coins would be more than enough to purchase 1 stack of hard stones. If these hard stones were forged into whetstones, though, the demand would slightly increase. You will have to investigate this person yourself. If there aren't any more matters here, I'll be going. I still have to discuss the exact pricing with that person. If I buy several thousand stacks, I wonder if he will sell at an even lower price? Xiaofan laughed. Guild Leader Tyrant, please wait a moment. Joking Scholar hurriedly said, if you are willing to purchase a large amount, Twilight Echo is willing to offer the same price as that person. If you are willing to buy more than 20,000 stacks, I can offer you a price of 60 copper coins a stack. Take it as a sign of friendship. Currently, Joking Scholar no longer cared about price. The only fortunate matter to him right now was the fact that Lone Tyrant had yet to discover the mysterious NPC. Although Twilight Echo would incur an astronomical loss by selling the 2,000 stacks of hard stones they currently had at a price of 60 copper, they could simply purchase more hard stones at a price of 40 coppers from the mysterious NPC. If they resold those hard stones at 60 coppers, they would make a clean profit of 20 coppers per stack. If they resold 18,000 stacks, they could easily recoup their losses. Hence, Joking Scholar needed to take action quickly. If Lone Tyrant found out about this matter, he might not even be able to sell the hard stones he had for 40 coppers a stack. 60 copper coins a stack. Moreover, you guys actually have over 20,000 stacks? Xiaofan feigned astonishment as he spoke. Of course. This is our way of showing sincerity. However, you have to buy 20,000 stacks to get such a low price. Joking Scholar nodded his head, smiling. Hold on a minute. I'll ask that person what price he is willing to offer if I buy 20,000 stacks, Xiaofan said. Hearing that Xiaofan was about to contact the person who knew about the mysterious NPC, Joking Scholar's panic grew. Anyone aware of this information only needed to spend as much effort as flipping a hand over in this transaction. Even if they made a profit of 1 copper coin per stack, they could still earn 2 gold coins from selling 20,000 stacks. However, Joking Scholar's situation was different. Hence, he hurriedly shouted, "Guild leader tyrant, please wait a minute. I don't wish to waste time competing with those people, so I'll offer you a cost price of 50 copper coins. Take it as me trying to befriend you. However, you have to purchase 50,000 stacks. I'll even gift you 300 stacks of iron ore, 400 stacks of silver ore, 200 stacks of mithril ore, 100 stacks of gold ore, and also a mysterious iron-ranked runic ore bag. Nobody can offer you a lower price than me. You're offering 50 copper coins a stack, and they come with a gift of rare ores as well. There are even 100 stacks of gold ore, a high-quality ore that I have never seen before. It seems that you are indeed sincere. I doubt that the other side can offer a price lower than this. Alright, then. I'll buy 50,000 stacks of hard stones from you." Xiaofan smiled contently. He was already quite satisfied that he could purchase 2,000 stacks of hard stones for only 50 copper coins a stack. At the expense of selling over 200 stacks of hard stones at a price of 40 copper coins a stack, he could purchase over 2,000 stacks at a price of 50 copper coins in return. He had made a huge profit out of this transaction. As for the remaining 48,000 stacks of hard stones, if Joking Scholar uncovered the truth, he would never sell him hard stones for such a low price again. Basically, there wouldn't be another business transaction between him and Twilight Echo. However, Xiaofan paid no mind to this. With this batch of forging materials, he would not run out of hard stones anytime soon. "Let's sign a contract then," Guild Leader Tyrant, Joking Scholar took out an electronic contract. With the main god system bearing testimony to this contract, neither party involved was allowed to violate the conditions set. What is the meaning of this? Xiaofan wrinkled his brows slightly. Guild Leader Tyrant, this is a large transaction that involves 50,000 stacks of hard stones. If Guild Leader Tyrant suddenly decides not to buy the hard stones, wouldn't I suffer the loss? Of course, I am not trying to question Guild Leader Tyrant's credibility. However, to avoid any future disputes, let us be villains before nobles, Joking Scholar explained. Still, isn't there a problem with this agreement? I don't mind that the trade has to be done within 10 days, but why do I have to compensate you 5,000 gold coins or 50 million credits, with gold coins as priority, if I renege on the contract, while you guys don't have to pay anything if you renege on your commitment? Xiaofan angrily said, "You call this not questioning my reputation? From the way I see it, maybe we should forget about this business transaction altogether." Although Xiaofan appeared angry, inwardly, he couldn't be any happier. Originally, he had no hopes of getting the remaining 48,000 stacks of hard stones. He would never have thought that Joking Scholar would take such an action. Contrary to being furious, Xiaofan couldn't help but eagerly agree to this contract. The evil one brought upon themselves truly was the hardest to bear. "Please wait, Guild Leader Tyrant. I simply forgot to write it in. If Twilight Echo reneges on the agreement, we will similarly compensate you with 5,000 gold coins or 50 million credits. Moreover, Guild Leader Tyrant can rest assured about the validity of this contract, as our guild leader has personally signed." The only thing remaining is guild leader Tyrant's signature. Joking Scholar hurriedly amended the agreement. He had indeed forgotten about this matter out of panic. After all, he was deeply afraid of Xiaofan discovering the mysterious NPC who sold forging materials. However, as long as both parties signed this agreement, even if Lone Tyrant discovered this mysterious NPC, Joking Scholar had nothing to fear. Now, that's more like it, Xiaofan said with satisfaction after finding no problems with the agreement. Xiaofan was nearly unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. After calming his excited mood down, he signed the contract. However, Joking Scholar was far more excited than Xiaofan. His heart was about to break out of his chest. As he watched Xiaofan finally sign the agreement, the contract receiving the recognition of the main god system, he simultaneously revealed a cold smile. Chapter 238, Perfect Substitute. Let's first trade the 2,000 stacks that I have with me, then. Joking Scholar felt fully relieved now. Sure, Xiaofan revealed a faint smile, nodding. Joking Scholar then called up the trade interface, initiating the trade. With the agreement in effect now, even if Lone Tyrant discovered the secret, he would not dare renege on the deal. If he did so, he had to pay 5,000 gold coins or 50 million credits, with gold coins set the priority. Hence, he could only gnash his teeth as he purchased 50,000 stacks of hard stones for 50 copper coins a stack. The full transaction would total to 250 gold coins. Meanwhile, by reselling the 48,000 stacks of hard stones he would obtain from the mysterious NPC, Joking Scholar could make a clean profit of 48 gold. In addition to the 10 gold he just obtained, he would have a total profit of 58 gold. Such an amount could allow him to purchase quite a lot of items at the Blackwing City auction. He could also use the leftovers to increase the guild's fluid funds. Joking Scholar nearly roared with excitement. This feeling is great. However, Joking Scholar suppressed his excitement. He still needed to maintain a proper outward appearance. Now that Twilight Echo had such fluid funds, they could develop at a much faster rate. Also, since his contribution in this matter was so great, Joking Scholar wondered just what sort of reward the guild leader would give him. Currently, Xiaofan also felt exhilarated at the sight of so many forging materials. Most importantly, he had only spent 10 gold coins for all of them. Nothing could feel better than this. As long as he resold them in White River City, he could earn 200 gold coins from the 2,000 stacks of hard stones alone. If he forged all of them into whetstones, he could make 800 gold. If he turned them into advanced whetstones, that would be a 2,000 gold profit. Although he could not make whetstones and advanced whetstones at a 100% success rate, after deducting costs, he could still easily earn over 1,000 gold. Moreover, this was only in the case for 2,000 stacks. If he received the full 50,000 stacks of hard stones from Twilight Echo, he could easily achieve the 30,000 gold needed for his epic quest. Guild Leader Tyrant, please hold on a moment. I'll go and retrieve the remaining hard stones. Joking Scholar was satisfied after receiving the money. He would immediately use this money to purchase even more hard stones from that mysterious NPC. Fine. Let's meet up at the bank, then. Xiaofan couldn't help but smile as well when he saw Joking Scholar's smile. Although players could not retrieve their personal belongings from the bank of Blackwing City, they were still allowed to store items. Right now, Xiaofan's bag was full to the brim. It would be inconvenient for him to attend the Blackwing City auction in such a state. Hence, he planned to store his items first. As for the remaining forging materials he had been promised, Xiaofan no longer held any hopes of receiving them. After all, he could already envision the end result. Xiaofan wondered just what sort of expression Joking Scholar would make when he found out that not only was the NPC that sold the forging materials no longer there, but the NPC would also never return. Very quickly, Joking Scholar ran over to the gazebo the mysterious NPC had previously occupied. Where is he? Joking Scholar looked at the scarcely populated alley. Aside from a few players, the mysterious NPC was nowhere to be found. Are you referring to that NPC that sold the forging materials? You came late. That NPC sold out of materials a while ago. He said he would only return tomorrow after restocking. You guys are gullible. Did you really think such things will happen every day? I bet this was a one-time event triggered by some sort of quest. I highly doubt that old man will return. Otherwise, if the old man sold so many hard stones every single day, wouldn't it break the market? The main god system shouldn't make such a mistake. Two kind-hearted players passing by suddenly started chatting about this incident. How could this be? Hearing the words of the two kind-hearted players, Joking Scholar's face instantly turned ashen. Words could no longer describe his current mood. God, just what have I done? Whether the mysterious NPC sold the hard stones in limited amounts every day or stopped selling altogether, to Joking Scholar, there was no difference between the two. No matter which scenario occurred, it was impossible for him to put together 48,000 stacks of hard stones within 10 days. If he failed to do so, then he would break the terms of the contract. If so, he would have to compensate Xiaofan with 5,000 gold coins, or 50 million credits. Faced with such a heavy price, Joking Scholar had instantly fallen from heaven directly into hell. Moreover, he had fallen to the most horrifying 18th layer of hell, Avici. If he had known such a situation would occur, he absolutely would not have sold those forging materials he had for such a low price. In the end, he had only gained 10 gold coins for all those precious materials. Moreover, he had even dug his own grave and bought his own coffin by signing that 50,000 stack contract with Lone Tyrant. What was he supposed to do now? This won't do. I need to contact Lone Tyrant immediately. I have to think of a way to scrap that contract. At the end of the day, Joking Scholar was still a veteran businessman. Now that he knew what he should do, he hurriedly ran towards the bank of Blackwing City. If he had only lost this batch of forging materials, Twilight Echo could still bear such a loss, it would not greatly hamper the guild's overall development. Furthermore, he had at least received 10 gold coins for those materials. However, the remaining 48,000 stacks of hard stones would take Twilight Echo's life. If he took Twilight Echo's life, the guild leader would take his. Just after Xiaofan stored all the materials in the bank, he noticed Joking Scholar running over to him in a flurry. Although Joking Scholar tried to feign calmness, with the immense pressure and fear bearing down on him, he failed. Brother Scholar is fast. It must be exhausting for you to transport the stones back and forth. I wonder how many stacks you have brought this time. Xiaofan poked fun at Joking Scholar. Your Excellency Tyrant, I need to discuss a certain matter with you. Joking Scholar no longer had the confidence from before. He even started using honorifics in his speech. However, he had no choice as his life was now in Xiaofan's hands. We are already business partners. If you have anything to say, just say it. Xiaofan nodded. Your Excellency Tyrant is right. We at Twilight Echo have always been villains before gentlemen. Since we are business partners, we have to consider each other. If we trade 50,000 stacks of hard stones in a single go, I'm assuming that Your Excellency Tyrant won't have enough gold coins. Even if given 10 days, that should not be possible. Hence, after careful consideration, we have decided to alter the contract, loosening the conditions stated on it. How do you feel about this, Your Excellency Tyrant? Joking Scholar slowly explained, his words sounding very logical. If Xiaofan hadn't known that Joking Scholar was trying to renege on the contract, he might have been moved to tears by Joking Scholar's words. As expected of a veteran businessman, he can still wear a straight face when tricking someone. For a moment there, I even believed he was thinking of my own good. Xiaofan inwardly sneered. Unfortunately, such words could not move his heart or trick him, especially since he had long since known Joking Scholar's true colors. Many thanks for Brother Scholar's worries. However, Brother Scholar can rest assured that, as long as I return to my kingdom with these materials and resell them, I can earn the money back very quickly. I guarantee that I can clear the debt within 10 days, so there is no need for the extra trouble of altering the contract. Xiaofan faintly smiled, saying, "Let's hurry and finish the trade, then. The auction is about to start." Following which, Joking Scholar gave a dozen more reasons to cancel the agreement, such as lowering the price even further, or increasing the trade amount, and so on. Unfortunately, Xiaofan had rejected each and every one of them. This situation had pushed Joking Scholar to the brink of insanity. However, Joking Scholar didn't wish to reveal his intentions accidentally, so even though he was close to the point of vomiting blood out of anger, he chose to hold it in. "Brother Scholar, you don't have to waste any more words in trying to change the agreement. I will not change it no matter what. After all, I can purchase 50,000 stacks of hard stones at a price of 50 coppers a stack. That is a rare opportunity that I won't find even if I try. Even if I bought them from an NPC, I definitely couldn't buy so many. You knew all along. Of course. Who wouldn't know about such a huge incident? Is there something wrong with your head? You wanted to resell the hard stones you bought from that NPC and make a huge profit off of me? Keep that in your dreams. I already felt that the NPC was unreliable. Thus, I agreed to your offer. Seeing your frustration, as expected, that NPC really was unreliable. I eagerly anticipate the arrival of the remaining 48,000 hard stones. You swindled me. I am representing Twilight Echo. Aren't you afraid of angering Twilight Echo with your actions? We can extinguish a third-rate guild like Dark Star at any given minute. Oh. Twilight Echo is a first-rate guild. I'm so scared. Unfortunately for you, Twilight Echo is based in the distant Storm Empire. You guys are simply too far away from Star Moon Kingdom. So what if you are amazing? Can you do anything to me? What can you do to Dark Star? If you have the ability, then come to Star Moon Kingdom. I'll gladly exterminate Twilight Echo and remove its name from God's domain permanently. However, for now, you guys best think of a plan to deal with the compensation. Ha ha ha. Saying so, Xiaofan departed from Blackwing City's bank, laughing loudly and leaving behind an utterly dazed Joking Scholar. Joking Scholar was completely unable to accept the reality that he had been swindled. However, compared to being swindled, he felt more humiliated over the fact that Xiaofan had been toying with him from the beginning. Moreover, he had gladly jumped for joy like a monkey. When Joking Scholar thought about this, he felt utterly humiliated. After a good while had passed, Joking Scholar bellowed, "Lone Tyrant, just you wait. Twilight Echo's power far exceeds your imagination. We will definitely destroy you and Dark Star." Chapter 239, Surprised Again and Again. After Joking Scholar recovered from his shock, he immediately called up the system communication interface and reported to Twilight Echo's guild leader, Glorious Echo. Guild leader, that lone tyrant clearly looks down on Twilight Echo. He has already resolved to swindle 5,000 gold coins from us. Joking Scholar reported everything that happened to Glorious Echo, trembling as he spoke. Although he was one of the core members of Twilight Echo, he had caused a huge loss to the guild this time. Who knew what the guild leader would do to him? I understand. However, a mere third-rate guild is not yet worthy of me taking action personally. I'll send Brilliant War God to deal with the corporation standing behind Dark Star in reality. If Lone Tyrant is sensible, he should know what to do. If he thinks he can easily take 5,000 gold coins from me, he should think again. However, scholar, your performance this time has disappointed me. After you're done with the auction, return and hand over your duties to Green Wave. Yes, guild leader. I will meet with Green Wave once I return. Although Glorious Echo had not scolded Joking Scholar, he had made his intentions clear. Instantly, Joking Scholar's outward appearance seemed to age by over a decade. Even if he inwardly felt reluctant, he could only accept this conclusion. At this moment, hatred of Lone Tyrant filled Joking Scholar's very soul. If it weren't for Lone Tyrant, he would not have fallen to such a fate. Unless he could perform astonishingly, bringing a huge benefit to the guild would no longer regard him with any importance. No. I can't just give up. As long as I can buy an item at the Blackwing auction that will surprise the guild leader, he might even decide to rescind my punishment. A final trace of hope ignited in Joking Scholar. With the 8 gold he had brought from the guild, in addition to the 10 gold he previously obtained, he currently had 18 gold on him. With so much money, not even a first-rate guild could contest him in the auction. Elsewhere, Xiaofan had already arrived at the Blackwing auction house under the guise of Black Flame. Xiaofang's plan had succeeded magnificently. Not only had he earned a large sum of coins and credits, but he also helped Dark Star make a powerful enemy. Twilight Echo was a first-rate guild. Meanwhile, as the guild leader of this first-rate guild, Glorious Echo possessed over 20 years of experience playing virtual reality games. Furthermore, he had led Twilight Echo in campaigns in the virtual world for over a decade, so he had a wealth of experience, and his strength and techniques were also extremely powerful. Aside from such an impressive guild leader, Twilight Echo also possessed tens of top-tier experts. In the past, every one of these experts had become Tier 4 or above powerhouses. In addition, Twilight Echo also had 3 members who had achieved a Tier 6 class in the past, becoming God-ranked powerhouses. Among those 3, one was none other than Twilight Echo's guild leader, Glorious Echo himself. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose and one of her good friends took up the other 2 spots. This was the reason Twilight Echo stood out amongst the many tyrants surrounding them, becoming one of the few super guilds in God's domain. In the past, Twilight Echo had far surpassed Ouroboros in every aspect, and they had even established a gigantic virtual empire for themselves. Back then, Twilight Echo was an existence that Xiaofan could only admire from afar. Of course, Xiaofan could not take the current Twilight Echo lightly. After all, Twilight Echo was still a first-rate guild. It had an extraordinary background, and there were countless corporations supporting them financially. They similarly had a large influence in the real world. To deal with a third-rate guild like Dark Star, they could simply put some pressure on Dark Star economically in reality, and Dark Star would suffer. Hence the reason Xiaofan had chosen to disguise himself as Lone Tyrant when toying with Twilight Echo. Right now, Xiaofan still did not know who supported Dark Star from behind the scenes. However, with a first-rate guild like Twilight Echo placing financial pressure on them in the real world, Xiaofan could, at least, glimpse the powerful organization standing behind Dark Star. That way, Xiaofan could take appropriate measures to deal with them in the future. Just as Xiaofan was about to take a seat in the auction hall, Xiaofang's system communicator rang out. The person contacting him was none other than Aqua Rose, who had been out of reach all this time. Miss Aqua, you sure are a busy person. You actually sent a representative for such an important business transaction, Xiaofan teased. Xiaofan was very clear that Aqua Rose's absence had something to do with Glorious Echo. After all, Aqua Rose's recent performance had been too impressive. The nail that stuck out would be hammered down. Glorious Echo must have felt Aqua Rose was a threat to his position. Master Black Flame, you must be joking. I've only managed to log into God's domain after much difficulty. However, it seems that I am still too late. Aqua Rose's tone was helpless as she spoke. What happened? Xiaofan asked curiously. Based on Aqua Rose's tone, Xiaofan could tell that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Otherwise, why would a strong woman like Aqua Rose reveal a trace of depression and helplessness? At the end of the day, Aqua Rose was still an honorary elder of Twilight Echo. Her position in the guild was extremely high. Moreover, Aqua Rose's family in the real world had a powerful background. Her family was also one of the corporations supporting Twilight Echo financially, so they possessed significant shares of the guild. Thus, unless Glorious Echo had gone insane, he should not have taken any vicious actions against Aqua Rose. The current situation was merely a business competition, and both were still doing it to develop Twilight Echo. At worst, both parties would only feel dissatisfied with each other. They would not break off all relations with and start an all-out war. It's nothing much. I only left Twilight Echo, that's all, Aqua Rose casually replied. What? You left Twilight Echo? Did your family not say anything about this? Xiaofan nearly thought his ears had played a trick on him. Although Aqua Rose sounded relaxed, Xiaofan could feel the aggrieved feelings hidden behind her words. After all, he had personally experienced a similar situation in the past. Still, the corporation behind Aqua Rose possesses a significant number of the Twilight Echo's shares. That Glorious Echo must have gone insane to expel Aqua Rose from the guild. My family tried to force me to do something that I didn't want to do. I refused, so I was expelled from Twilight Echo as a result. In a fit of rage, I also ran away from home. I am penniless now after buying a new virtual reality helmet. I wonder if Master Black Flame would be willing to shelter me? Aqua Rose giggled as she joked. She had only been joking about her current financial state. After all, it was a fact that she was the princess of a major corporation. It was inevitable that she would have some money saved up. Even if she ran away from home and did not rely on her parents, the money she had in her bank account could allow her to live the rest of her life in peace without working. Sure. I would gladly welcome a powerful helper like Miss Rose. How does an annual salary of 1 million credits, in addition to 5% of my workshop's shares sound to you? Xiaofan naturally knew Aqua Rose only joked with him. However, Xiaofan did not wish to miss such a fortuitous opportunity now that it had landed in his lap. Who knew how long he would have to wait to encounter such an opportunity again? Aqua Rose was immediately dumbfounded by Xiaofan's offer. Normally, it was already impressive for a guild to offer an annual salary in the millions. Yet, Xiaofan went as far as to offer her 5% of his guild's shares willingly. This was an unimaginable offer, and it clearly showed how highly Xiaofan viewed her. Aqua Rose suddenly felt bewildered. Originally, she had intended to start up her own workshop from scratch. After all, some of her loyal subordinates had left Twilight Echo with her after learning of her expulsion. With this group of people under her command, she could still establish a relatively strong workshop. In the future, she intended to build a guild powerful enough to rival Twilight Echo. She wanted to teach her family that their decision was a mistake. The only problem remaining would be Twilight Echo's oppression. It was also why she currently had a massive headache. If she wished to continue developing herself and her workshop in the Storm Empire, they would have to face the full brunt of Twilight Echo. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose was very clear on just how amazing Twilight Echo was as a guild. But now that Xiaofan had invited her with such sincerity, she was at a loss on what to do. Chapter 240, Purgatory's Shadow. If that is still not enough, you can become the vice leader of the guild. You can also form your own elite team and maintain independence. How about it? Xiaofan added. Twilight Echo's abandonment of a future Tier 6 God-ranked powerhouse was the same as crippling both of their arms. The reason Xiaofan thought both and not just one of their arms, was because, without Aqua Rose, her Tier 6 friend would not join Twilight Echo. Hence, Twilight Echo's decision to expel Aqua Rose was the equivalent of expelling two future god-ranked powerhouses. Meanwhile, Xiaofan had single-handedly caused this tragedy of Twilight Echoes, albeit unintentionally. If he could recruit Aqua Rose into his guild, he very much looked forward to the guild's future. Even if I agreed to your offer, I still have a group of subordinates in the Storm Empire. I might be able to afford the expensive teleportation fee for myself, but they won't be able to. Moreover, for my sake, they chose to leave Twilight Echo and abandon their bright futures there. I can't just abandon them for my own selfish reasons. I am truly sorry about this. Although Xiaofang's offer was very attractive, Aqua Rose was not willing to abandon her subordinates. Are there a lot of them? Xiaofan asked. There should be over 100 people. Master Black Flame, you should just give up. Not even Twilight Echo can afford the teleportation fee for so many people. Aqua Rose naturally understood Xiaofang's intentions behind the question. Teleportation across countries was costly. Moreover, the Storm Empire was very far away from Star Moon Kingdom, so the teleportation fee involved would be far more expensive. A rough estimate for a single player was 2 to 3 gold coins, while the total for 100 players would be at least 200 to 300 gold coins. Not to mention just one first-rate guild, even 10 first-rate guilds combined couldn't afford such a price. It was impossible that Xiaofan would possess so many gold coins. So, it's only 100 or so. Fortunately, there aren't too many. Xiaofan sighed in relief. If there were over 1,000 players, then he would truly feel heartache from the teleportation fees. Come to Star Moon Kingdom, then. I'll pay the teleportation fees. He had earned a ton from Twilight Echo before, and right now, it just so happened that he could return some of it to Aqua Rose. This could be considered as a type of fate as well. However, if Glorious Echo found out about this, he would most likely vomit blood out of anger. Master Black Flame, that's 300 gold coins, not 3 gold coins, Aqua Rose reminded Xiaofan. Yes, I know that. I'll send 300 gold to you in a moment. After you arrive in White River City, head to the Starstreak trading firm to look for me. As the Blackwing auction had already started, Xiaofan disconnected the call after saying so. Xiaofang's words left Aqua Rose utterly shocked. Just what kind of power is behind Master Black Flame? How could he have such astonishing wealth? To casually hand over 300 gold coins. Could it be one of those super guilds? Xiaofang's tone when he spoke had been very casual, as if the 300 gold coins he mentioned were merely 3 gold coins. Aqua Rose shook her head. No, even those super guilds can't spend 300 gold coins with such ease. This is interesting. Anyway, I'll get my answers as long as I arrive at White River City. Aqua Rose revealed a faint smile, anticipation filling her heart. Meanwhile, the venue of today's Blackwing auction was already packed with players. Among all these players, a majority consisted of the upper echelons of large guilds. These guilds had scraped up every single coin they could for today's auction. From their inquiries, they learned that the auction house sold many astonishing items. Even if it was only in the normal auction, items such as fine gold equipment and materials required to forge dark gold equipment would be available. There was also a small possibility for items such as dark gold weapons and epic ranked items to appear in the auction. One only needed sufficient coins to purchase these precious items. After going through several warm-up auctions, the fiery atmosphere in the auction venue reached its zenith. From the start, players desired every item that had been up for auction. However, none of these items piqued Xiaofang's interest, as all of them were only mysterious iron rank. Although such items were useful to a guild's elite members, they were not of much use to him. Meanwhile, the following item that appeared on stage instantly caused the eyes of every player present to shine. They all expressed great interest in this item. This item was a fine gold ranked dagger. Ice Thorn, dagger, fine gold rank. Level 15. Attack plus 134. Strength plus 18, agility plus 24, endurance plus 15. Additional passive skill dash. Power of Frost, deals 50% frost damage to the target, reducing target's movement speed and attack speed by 50% for 4 seconds. If an assassin equipped this dagger, they would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Even if the assassin failed to kill the enemy with a single hit, with the speed reduction in effect, they could continue linking skills to destroy their enemy. Aside from the Ice Thorn, there was also a dagger called Raging Flames Dagger. Raging Flames Dagger, dagger, fine gold rank. Level 15. Attack plus 134. Strength plus 18, agility plus 24, endurance plus 15. Additional skill dash. Power of Flames, deals 50% flame damage to the target, reducing the target's defense by 10% for 20 seconds. Effect stacks up to a maximum of 5 times. All assassins in the auction venue grew excited at the appearance of these two daggers. They practically drooled, wishing they could equip these blades. Regarding the speed reduction, the armor break effect, or the additional 50% magic damage, they were all precious to assassins. One could say that these two daggers were the best weapons for assassins at this stage of the game, and they were second to none. However, the minimum bid also caused the players to feel helpless and frustrated. The bidding started at 5 gold coins. Moreover, the minimum increment for each bid was 10 silver coins. If they were to compete for this item, the price would still increase by a lot. If one of the large guilds present bid on these daggers, that guild would lose the ability to compete for the following items to show up in the auction. Unless they had a particular need for these daggers, none of the guilds present would insist on buying them. Not bad. They are indeed top-tier weapons for a level 15 assassin. It just so happens that I can gift them to Fire Dance, Xiaofan said in satisfaction after examining the attributes of the daggers. Great. Heaven has yet to forsake me. If I can present these daggers to the guild leader, he would definitely be very happy. He might even decide to my repeal punishment. Sitting at the forefront of the auction hall, Joking Scholar's eyes turned crimson as he looked at the Ice Thorn and Raging Flames dagger displayed on the stage. If level 200 guards were not present, he might have rushed onto the stage to snatch the weapons. After the auctioneer announced the start of the bidding, the entire auction hall exploded. 5 gold. 5 gold, 50 silvers. 6 gold. Before a minute had passed, the price of the daggers had reached 7 gold 20 silvers. When the majority of the guilds saw such a price, they quickly gave up on the daggers. Ha ha ha. You all can compete with each other all you want, but don't even think that you can win against me. Joking Scholar was completely confident at the moment. He was not afraid that someone could bid higher than he could. Moreover, this was only the start of the auction, many more items would appear later on, and no one knew how powerful the following items would be. Everyone would hold back their bids. Hence, Joking Scholar was not afraid of someone competing with him over the daggers. Seeing that the bids had stopped, Xiaofan opened his mouth and said, 10 gold coins. The auction venue instantly fell silent. Although these daggers were top-tier weapons for an assassin, that price was simply too high. However, that was not to say that these daggers were worth such a price tag. Rather, not many players currently present could afford such a price. They had not brought that many coins with them to the auction. If the auction were conducted using credits, many players would be more than willing to spend 500,000 credits to buy these daggers. Black Flame? Shit. He is actually trying to compete with me. How could he have so much money? Joking Scholar was on the brink of insanity. If he offered an even higher price for the daggers, then he could not afford to bid on later items. Yet, if he did not buy these daggers, his future would be bleak. In the end, Joking Scholar made a decision, loudly shouting, 10 gold 20 silvers. In response, Xiaofan merely smiled as he casually said, 12 gold. 12 gold 10 silvers. Joking Scholar gripped his chest in pain as he shouted, his hatred for Xiaofan growing intensely. Annoying little pest. 20 gold. Xiaofan did not wish to waste his time with Joking Scholar, so he abruptly raised the bid by a huge margin. He did not mind spending such a small amount of money. After all, he had made a huge profit off Twilight Echo today. Black Flame. Joking Scholar glared at Xiaofan, a hint of despair hidden within his eyes. He only had 18 gold on him right now, so he had no way to compete for the daggers at all. He never imagined that, in the very end, the black flame he had looked down on would give him the final blow, sending him into the abyss of despair. On the other hand, Xiaofan felt it troublesome to pay attention to Joking Scholar. He did not even glance at the Mithraea as he focused on the next auctioned item. Purgatory's Shadow. This was one of the 3 treasures one could only find in the Blackwing auction house. Chapter 241, Envious Wealth. All the players present at the auction venue were awestruck by Xiaofan's bid of 20 gold coins. Players who could attend the Blackwing auction all had extraordinary backgrounds. Even so, none of them could afford such a price. Although plenty of the players present were provided funding by their own guilds, that only amounted to 10 gold or so. Even the wealthiest guild present had brought only a little more than 20 gold. Hence, nobody present would be willing to go all out just for a pair of level 15 daggers, even if they were weapons of supreme quality. Although these daggers could instantly turn an expert assassin into an apex assassin, they would not be of much help to the guild in the long run. Even if the players present could afford to buy these daggers, they would not spend 20 gold to do so. After the auctioneer slammed his hammer for the 3rd time, everyone in the audience started laughing maniacally. What a stupid guy. He actually spent 20 gold for those 2 daggers. I wonder who he is trying to impress, for him to willingly part with so much money? Ha ha ha. At least I have one less competitor now. 20 gold. What a rich tycoon. While ignoring everyone's mockery, Xiaofan paid 20 gold to the auction house and received the 2 daggers. He then shifted his focus to the next item up for bid. Purgatory's Shadow, one-handed sword, dark gold rank. Level 20, can be upgraded twice. Attack plus 273. Strength plus 30, agility plus 25, endurance plus 22. Attack speed plus 2. 20% chance to cause 300% damage. 10% chance to reduce damage dealt by target by 20%. Effect not stackable. Additional skill dash. Purgatory power, when activated, increases attack speed by 100% and damage dealt by 30% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. In God's domain, weapons and equipment could be categorized into 2 types, those that could be upgraded, and those that could not be upgraded. A majority of the weapons and equipment available belonged to the latter category, and only a scant few items could be upgraded. Normally, only items of epic rank or above could grow along with a player's level, and very rarely would any item below epic rank possess such a capability. It can be upgraded twice, as expected of one of the treasures of the Blackwing auction house. If this item could be upgraded to level 30, it can still be of use even when players reach level 45. Xiaofan was very satisfied with this weapon. He could equip the Purgatory's Shadow once he reached level 20, and he would not need to waste time looking for a new weapon. Not only was the Purgatory's Shadow suited to swordsmen, it was also suitable for shield warriors and guardian knights. If an MT equipped this sword, not only would their maximum HP greatly increase, their damage output would similarly increase by a huge margin. They could aggro monsters much more firmly. However, the most important feature of this sword was its ability to reduce a target's damage dealing by 20%. This weapon was practically made to counter boss monsters. If used inside a team dungeon, its effect would be decisive. Compared to the two fine gold ranked daggers from before, the dark gold ranked Purgatory's shadow would be of much greater help to a guild. However, the minimum price for the Purgatory's shadow was likewise greater. Many guilds were overwhelmed by the sword's starting bid of 15 gold. With the funds they possessed, they could only sit on the sidelines in this auction. This sword belongs to me. Everyone else, don't even think of trying to compete against me for it. Who the fuck are you? We, world dominators, have taken a liking to this sword. Whoever dares to bid will be looking for trouble with us. Do you guys think you are the only first-rate guild present in this auction? Our guild is the bloodthirsty war god. Anyone who dares to bid will be dead meat. Although the price of the Purgatory's shadow was high, the competition for it was still intense. It made one truly wonder just what price it would achieve in this auction. Hence, the many first-rate guilds present started sending warnings to the other guilds in the hopes of buying the Purgatory's shadow at a cheap price. Idiots. Xiaofan helplessly shook his head at their actions. Did these people think that the ones buying items here were limited only to players? Although the minimum bid for the Purgatory's shadow was 15 gold, according to Xiaofan's understanding, one needed to bid at least 25 gold in order to secure the item. Otherwise, it would be bought out by NPCs. Did these first-rate guilds think that, by voicing threats, they could take advantage of loopholes in the system? Soon after, the bidding for the Purgatory's shadow started, and the price for the sword soared continuously. In a blink of an eye, the price of the sword had already reached 20 gold. The ones currently bidding for the sword consisted of only first-rate guilds. Second-rate and third-rate guilds did not have the funds to take part in this auction at all. They could only look on in silence, unwillingness filling their hearts. Meanwhile, Joking Scholar similarly felt helpless as he sat in the front row of the auction. If he had not been swindled by Lone Tyrant, he could have bought those two daggers already and also this Purgatory's shadow, while the other guilds could only watch as he did so. After the bidding continued for several minutes, the price for the Purgatory's shadow finally stopped increasing. At 24 gold 30 silvers, this price was very low where level 20 dark gold weapons were concerned. Not to mention, this was also a dark gold weapon that could be upgraded. Ha ha ha. This Purgatory's shadow belongs to me now. Seeing that nobody else was outbidding him, the berserker from World Dominators cheered. The members of other guilds could only look at this berserker with unwillingness in their eyes. In an auction, players competed with one another in terms of wealth, not influence. However, immediately after the auctioneer slammed his hammer for the second time, someone broke the silence and made a bid. Moreover, it wasn't just limited to a single person. 25 gold. 26 gold. This sword looks finely made. I can add it to my collection. I'll bid 30 gold coins. At this moment, a nobleman of Blackwing City placed an astonishing bid, stupefying all the guilds present. Why are the NPCs joining the bid as well? This question baffled many of those present in this auction. If NPCs were going to bid against them too, how were they supposed to compete? That man was an NPC. A noble of Blackwing City at that. How were players supposed to outbid him? Damn! This auction house is clearly trying to toy around with us. They're only letting us players compete for the non-precious items. If I had known this would happen, I would have bought those two fine gold ranked daggers from before. That person was truly lucky. He managed to so easily obtain those two daggers. Many of the players present started regretting their previous inaction. They never thought that the auction house would play such a card. 31 gold. At this moment, a familiar, indifferent voice resounded in the auction hall. Every player in the venue immediately turned their gazes toward the origin of this indifferent voice. However, their eyes were immediately filled with both shock and disbelief when they discovered the owner of the voice. The person who called out this bid was none other than Xiaofan, the person who previously bought the 2 fine gold-ranked daggers for 20 gold. Now, he had once again placed a bid of 31 gold. How much money does this fellow have? Everyone started making speculations that Xiaofan might have robbed an NPC noble. Otherwise, how could he have so much money? After Xiaofan shouted his bid of 31 gold, the great noble immediately countered with a bid of 32 gold. However, Xiaofan did not fall behind as he followed up with 33 gold. As both parties took turns placing bids, the price of the Purgatory's shadow gradually increased. Every player witnessing this scene had their mouths gaping wide in shock. Finally, Xiaofan secured the Purgatory's shadow at a price of 39 gold. Following which, several rounds of auction passed without much commotion. Compared to Xiaofan's 39 gold purchase, the other auctioned items were sold at much lower prices. Although another treasure appeared during the auction, it was a dark gold-ranked leather armor that failed to pique Xiaofan's interest. In the end, the equipment was bought by an NPC for 32 gold. When the auction reached its peak, the bid for the third treasure finally started. This third treasure could also be considered the grand finale of this auction. Just the starting bid of this item was already set at 30 gold, causing every guild present to give up on bidding for it. After all, they already knew that, in order to secure this item, they would have to bid at least 50 gold or above. Unless several first-rate guilds pooled their funds together, it would be an impossible feat. However, the notion of forming such an alliance was simply unimaginable for the many first-rate guilds present. Lending money to other guilds at this point in time would be no different from lending money to an enemy. Even if they did join together and purchase the item, there would only be one copy of the item. How were they supposed to split it? Hence, it was impossible for any of the guilds present to form an alliance. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.